why? Why are you doing this? Man, you were there. You were there, remember? Years ago, when you came to pick me up from school, na nyinyi wote tulikuwa tunaenda kanisa moja, the parents are there, everybody that took their kids in that school, it was like a block, it was like a conspiracy, you know, tutapeleka mtoto wangu pale, tutapeleka mtoto wangu pale. It's just like the parents that take their school to Braeburn. Majority of the time, when tulikuwa tunapelekwa those days, you know, even, you know, to Mount St. Mary's, to whatever schools, you know, good Catholic schools, it was like a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? So all the parents, even right now, are friends. So I'm like, why? So ngojeni niwaambie something that my parents said, and majority of the people, the age of my parents said, Washo, if we do not do this, tutachapwa. He will come back for us, and we will get killed, especially in Rift Valley. So I really, really need you people to cut our parents a slack. I know better, and I voted the opposite because we are voting out here. There's no way I mean, I was so traumatized. There's no utter hilo Gina. I cannot even listen to the speech. I was like, I will wait for the Gen Zs to break it down, and then I will go by what Gen Z said. Like, I don't care. I can never listen to that man speak. I cannot. You know, like that's how much trauma we carried for years and years and years. So please cut our parents as slack. They did not want their homes to be destroyed like they have witnessed before. They did not want this. They don't have the courage you have. You know, so when you hear people calling Gen Z's heroes, because we are watching you in amazement that you can stand up. All these things that we have bottled up for so many years, we cannot speak. And the moment you try to speak, somebody is there, you know, kukwambia, no, huwezi sema hivyo, you know. So thank you also for giving us the voice. These are the things that you do not know. I don't know if you are accounting for all this, but thank you for giving us the voice, because that voice is what will also redeem our parents. I hope one day they will be able to speak, which also sends me back to the point of reading. The books that have changed Gen Zs, they were not published today. Those books have been there. Let's become readers. Let's become consumers of African literature. Let's read from Chinua Achebe to Chimamanda to whatnot. Let's go back to books. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, reading books has been so much easy. It is as easy as having a Kindle. It's as easy as having your phone. So I really wanted to make that point. Please, Nkiongea. Let's cut our parents a slack. Let's see where Gen Zs are coming. You know, Generation X is coming from. Let's see where the older millennials are coming from. We are coming from trauma that we've never even been able to address. You know, and that's the only part I think that has not been addressed as far as that. So, and then my other point is about getting young leaders. Somebody spoke about us getting a new breed of young leaders and whatnot. I want to say part of that is bullshit. Okay, part of that is bullshit, because I'll give you the reasons why. My number one reason is the culture. Okay, what is the general culture in leadership in Kenya? The general culture is, sasa mimi ni mheshimiwa, it's my time to eat. That's it. Case and facts. Look at Toto. Toto was an ashy lady. I don't know alitolewa wapi. She ended up somehow in leadership, and I'm telling you, that same week, already alikuwa ameshapata Land Cruisers. You guys followed her story. She's one person I'm interested in, just to see how young people who join leadership in Kenya, how they transform. Look at Kimani, the Molo MP. He's even younger than me. Look at how what they became. So what are we talking about when we say we want young breed of leaders? You know, in our young breed of Kenyans, in our leadership, what are we saying? There's a culture that they go in and it's inherent. I don't know whether it's inherent. I don't know what to call it. I do not know. So there's something that we are missing to address there. I cannot point at it. I don't know how to put it in words. But every single young person, I'm talking even in their 20s, in their 30s, they have been sent to become political leaders that have been chosen by their own people just because they're young, it's new blood, they're going to go do this and that and whatnot. No, they have become avidly corrupt. In fact, they're the leaders of corruption. So I don't know what is that we are not addressing. Let's not just let's open our eyes. It's not about sending the young leaders there. It's not about electing us. Yeah, we can come up with leaders that have been selected by Gen Zs, but let's look at those people that have been there and they systemically have stood for the right thing. I know we've been very much opposed to the people that have come in and we have continued to recycle them. Yes, you can recycle somebody that has been a good leader. Yes, you can. The age should not be what matters, but what should stand up is what does that person, what are the principles that guide that person? What's the name of this Matiangi? Okay, we can say so many wrong things about Matiangi, but I am telling you, people, he's one of those people that have stood up. Even when he left like, okay, bye-bye, I am fine. His life was not changed because he was never corrupt. You understand? He was able to do what he did when he was in, but one of them is not stealing from people. And that's why he's still standing when he was out there and he was not concerned. Come on, girl. Over and over. So what we recycle, it to neutralize the work that the good diaspora is doing back home. So that's the other thing. I'm not going to go deeper into that because we have very many cases of in court that are going on about that. But that's the other factor that I want diaspora to speak honestly about, that we are tribalistic, right? And that needs to stop. I don't know what we need to nip. I don't know what we need to do. But for those people who have cases back home, of whatever it is, do not back down. Kama ni kesi ya shamba lako, kama ni kesi ya nini, kama ni kesi ya whatever it is, don't back down. If Gen Z is not backing down, don't also back down. Continue to fight for these institutions that you created, yet they are planning, yet the government, if you can, usipowapatia kitu kidogo, if you don't do this, if you don't do that, then they, they will cancel you, or they will cancel you are cooperative. They will cancel this, they will cancel that. Continue to fight. Continue to fight. Yeah, but diaspora is in bed with the ministries, it's in bed with the judiciary, and their aim is to bring down the diaspora that is doing great, not just for Kenya, but also for the diaspora itself. So asanteni sana kwa muda wa kuongea. Also, just real quick, the Senate calls, they work really, really perfect. I'm in California. I have written to my senator also. I have called my senator. Every state, like somebody says, it has a special department that only deals with the immigration affairs, and under that immigration affairs there will be the African affairs, there will be the the South American affairs, the whatever, and it is very easy because that line is not clogged and it's not so many people. Even though we'll call you to speak with them in the office, the only problem is right now you don't even know what to trust. Again, Ruto is a puppet of the West. You don't know how much the people that you're calling, how much they can even help you with it. You understand? So it's like a rock and a hard place. But at least just do what you know. Even if you will do blindly, just do. You have these resources. Just use it. Let it come against you, but just use it. Yeah. So I think I will end there for now. And also, Gen Z, please do not have a central node. Please do not. Because it's very easy to cut it. It's very, very easy to be led towards that central node. Do not have a leader. Please do not. Because the other thing about having a central node is that those people who will be the central people, they will get exhausted. That's one aspect that we have not spoken about. They get exhaustion because now everybody will be looking at them. So what have you done today? So what's the discussion today? No, do not have a central leadership, do not have a central node, so that each and every person that comes into this space, look at how you've empowered me. Look at how I'm speaking up. Because I feel this is the space that I can speak up. This is a space that I can become a leader, but in my own way. Maybe I'm in the healthcare profession. Maybe I can start helping people to deal with that trauma that we've accumulated for 20 years, because I feel like there's a part I'm playing. Everybody will feel like they are leaders, and all the chores will be distributed amongst 20,000 people, 50,000 people. I don't know, whatever the number is going to be. And that will beat the exhaustion. And that in the end will work positively to what you are trying to trigger, to what you have already triggered, to what you're trying to meet, because the risk is distributed amongst so many people. Even when you're hit, there's nothing to hit. They have to hit a group of people. So I'm very, very, very opposed into having a central node. Do not have a leader. Just, mtu akijituma, aende zake, ajue chenye anataka kusaidia Gen Z nacho. You know what I'm saying? But don't have a central leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kenyan lady. So thank you for all what you've said. It has echoed across very well, and I'm really appreciative that you have been very brave to share everything, and we have given you time. Thank you so much. So Oginga will speak next, then the calls take over.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for this space. And I'd like to say that, am I audible? You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd like to say that this Ruto must go. It shouldn't just be Ruto the person, but actually the mentality and everything that it represents. If you look at the way we are operating right now, the kind of so-called leadership that we have in place, there are still people who are having that Kanu mentality that I, as the leader, am supreme and everyone else should bow before me and serve me. Because you, as the electorate, what right do you have to question me? What right do you have to ask about your rights? Like, your job is to vote. You're a voting machine. Can you confirm, you stupid motherfucker? So that's the kind of mentality that these people have. And I think as we do this movement, it should be about not just removing Ruto alone, but everyone that represents that kind of mentality, and it includes even at the society level. I've always wondered why in Africa we are always suffering this thing called Stockholm syndrome, whereby you, as an electorate, you're the same person who has to maneuver through portals ukitembea kwa barabara. You're the same person when ukienda kwa hosi, you have to queue there for hours and hours and hours. Saizi kwenda tu hizi national hospitals, you have to sit there and wait for hours and hours and hours. Usipoenda hapo 8 a.m., hautasaviwa like for you to be even served at 12 p.m. lazima urauke asubuhi 8 a.m. Unaingia maternity wards, mamadha manzi wamekaa hapo, and children saa zingine they're in pain, they're in bad condition, but they have to sit there and wait because the national hospitals are not working. Unaangalia in the civil service, people are working and making peanuts, na hizo video zenye wanakatwa including NHIF are not being remitted. There's someone I know who, when alikuanga na suffer high blood pressure, and she was in the county government, when her conditions zilikuwa worse because of the kind of pressures she was, the kind of strains she was having, alipelekwa hosi na wakapatikana manze NHIF haijakuwa ikirimitiwa. Now by the time people are wanashikana wanafanya harambe, this lady could not be helped. She succumbed. That was the first time I ever came across this realization that these guys are so corrupt, they're so greedy, they're so evil that they're willing to even eat that which is meant to save a life. And at the same time, when I'm still sticking to the Stockholm syndrome thing, wewe kama mzazi, you know very well, unapeleka mtoto shule whereby you're not certain kama the kind of education anapewa si poa. Ukiangalia even the structure of the classes zenye tuko nazo, you can't even differentiate between the door and the window. Huwezi ona difference. Ujui ingie na wapi. Mtu saa zingine hata mwalimu anafunza na mtoto asharuka through the window because it is that bad. Na hata jua, some are even still studying under a tree in 21st century. Hiyo ni maisha gani hiyo? We are a laughing stock hapa nje. Everywhere ukiuliza everyone, Africa is just the face of poverty. Saizi, you ask yourself, why are some things still being taught? Na kuna some tumbocrats wamekaa in those education departments bado wanakula, and they're just feeding themselves and their families, and at the expense of the future of another bright African child. When I'm still sticking on to the Stockholm syndrome, we keep on complaining about the cost of life. We keep on complaining about the state of security. We keep on complaining about the state of our enterprises and the physical environment. Like, and these are the same people when you're during election time ikifika, they're willing to sell their vote for 100 shillings or less. These are the same people wenye unapata mababa, watu wenye wako na ndevu, they're even capable of siring children. They even have children who are as old as older than even those Gen Zs. But unapata hao ndo wanatumika vibaya, wanaitwa kwa county government kupewa silaha, some crude weapons that were used by na zile nyakati za Koitalel, some way. ati wajiparade and waende wafanya war chants in the middle of Eldoret town just to scare away the people. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? In the 21st century, who uses that kind of mentality? Everyone else is trying to forge ahead so that we can have a better nation whereby your children can have a better life, whereby your children can have free education from uko chini kindergarten all the way to high school, whereby your children do not have to suffer through various diseases kama diarrhea na vitu kama kwashiorkor and whatever, diseases that are still just associated with third world countries. But wewe na hiyo kichwa yako maji you still decide to go and side with the rich so that you can have your immediate gratification, hako kakitu kadogo umejengwa, then go and embarrass the face of the nation huko nje. Are we stupid? Now, au NIS wenye wako hapa ndani wanasikia hii kitu, I know wako hapa, I want you to also ask yourself, how stupid are you that you are working for the same master who is trying to stifle the growth of a nation that even you, your kids and your grandkids are going to suffer in? How stupid are we? In Africa, the main thing yenye tuko nayo, the main enemy is poverty. I don't get why in the 21st century some people are still not getting that. Why, like, what do I care if my neighbor is Kikuyu or Kalenjin? Personally, when I was growing up in a certain school in Kisumu, I used to have classmates who I couldn't even tell what their names, what tribe their names zilikuwa zinatoka from. I had a friend called Diana Ndego. Mi nilikuja kujua baadaye that, Ndego ni Mkikuyu. Because I didn't care. And hizi vitu zilikuja tu zikaingia kwa akili zetu because those parents of ours from Generation X na nini, and boomers, they're the ones who came and told us those things. That, sijui Wakikuyu wako hivi. Sijui Wajaluo wako hivi. Sijui Wakisii wako hivi. Sijui kina nani wako hivi. Nonsense. Mimi right now I have friends from everywhere. Like, and I keep on asking myself, like, what the fuck was I thinking back then, being radicalized like this, when clearly all this is just nonsense. The enemy is poverty, and I don't get why people don't realize that. So before you stand on the other side and start brutalizing the same people who are trying to forge the nation forward, and start brutalizing the same people who are trying to put the country on the map, you have to ask yourself, on which side of history am I going to be in? When the dust settles, am I going to have contributed to this, to the prosperity of the nation, or will I come out as one of the people who contributed to stifle the prosperity of the nation? Right now, ukiangalia the likes of sijui kina Anguka na kina Ezekiel Yugi, where are they? They died like dogs. They died like dogs that they were. Ukiangalia even the people who are brutalizing people in the Nyayo chambers, where are they? They died like dogs that they were. Because you can't keep on using draconian rules in a world that is progressive. You can't. Everywhere else, mali ukiangalia these nations, me currently I'm in Israel. If you look at the kind of technology that is there, the defense systems and even everything else that is in fintech, commerce, transportation, people are progressive. People are moving forward. People are doing things hapa nje. People are moving forward. Meanwhile, Kenya bado tunapambana na cattle deep problems kama wizi wa mifugo. Are we stupid? Currently, bado unaangalia, ukiangalia news kwa nini, hata Nairobi saizi ukiangalia Nairobi, the way Nairobi looks in the news, inakaa imeparara. Simply because kuna mtu fulani hapa amewatenda, anafaa kuwa tena clean up Nairobi, but no, he benefits more from the status quo. And ikikuwa questioned, ati sijui mnapiga mtu wetu. Ikikuwa questioned, kuna kafala fulani hapa anajengwa, so that enda cause mayhem, ikae ni as if there's a certain disagreement there. And this is the nation yenye tunaishi. Are we stupid? So hii maneno ya Stockholm, this Stockholm mentality that we are still having, we need to really look at it and ask ourselves, why are we like this as a nation? Why? Because I've analyzed the entire thing and I can't find an answer to it. I've even asked myself, is it because my skin is black that we are thinking so daft sometimes? Are we a caste generation? Are we a caste race? Are we that caste that we can't see anything that is just black and white? That you can't just separate right from wrong? Lazima ukubali kutumika? And right now, even the people wenye tuko hapa who are agitating for better change, saizi ukipewa tender na KEMSA, and you know it's an illegal tender, will you really turn it down, or utaichukua chini ya maji when you are shouting here Ruto must go? So we have to ask ourselves those kinds of questions. We have to ask ourselves why mpaka saizi even the party manifestos have to be dumbed down and reduced to things like, tutaleta barabara, tutaleta maji, tutaleta sijui nini, tumeweka sijui ICT hubs. When other nations are discussing deep policies, when other nations are discussing matters, economic policies, deep analysis, and even foreign policy, deep analysis of the foreign policy, sisi bado tutaleta hii ile barabara kutoka hapa hadi pale, tutajenga. Mimi ndo nilileta sijui nini. Juzi a couple of months ago niliona the senator of Kisumu alikuwa na launch sijui ofisi ya assistant chief, mabati fulani hata kuku hezi lalia, na imewekwa di ribbon ati inakatwa, and some wamadha wengine hapo wa generation X and boomers are the ones na wamekaa hapo na wababa wengine hapo, they are clapping. And I asked myself, are we stupid? Are we stupid? Are we this stupid that we can't really just look at the broader picture? Hapa in Israel, unapatanga that when a youthful person amemaliza shule, anaenda army, akitoka army, anatoka hapo, they go do some work, then after they have saved up some money, they take an immersion trip. What's the purpose of the immersion trip? It's supposed to help them expose themselves. It's supposed to help them create this like outward look of the world and create this bigger picture of the world. So that once you've gone there and seen everything that is happening out there, then you can come back a reshaped person, someone who has at least gotten exposed to the progressive things of the world. Why can't we also do that in Kenya? I know someone will say that, you enjoy the cost of living, nini, but exposure really changes a lot. Some of us, if we didn't leave our villages, we wouldn't be here arguing about having a progressive nation, because we would just be limited to what we see. Then the second thing I'd like to speak on, I'm about to finish, is our institutions. Why do we have duplication of roles? Why do we have useless institutions that we don't need? Kazi ya first lady na second lady ni gani? What do we care about them? Why should they be in the picture? some of these institutions zenye ziko hapa apparently unapata ati wakiallocatiwa do hii financial year they won't need it for the next 2 years, but every finance bill lazima upate ati wamewekewa allocation simply because someone wants to eat from it. Most of these government institutions, they're always having brand new vehicles. Ukiangalia kayad zao, a car that maybe hata kitu kadogo tu kalitoka which should just be replaced, unapata that imesimamishwa hapo na gari inaenda ina rust hapo. That's money that has been wasted. We have so many organizations, so many parastatals, so many institutions broken down into even finer institutions, but nikiingia ku ask for a service, there's a lot of bureaucracy. Even those institutions that are supposed to be regulators, they're supposed to hold people accountable. Where are they? Saizi nikienda City Hall kuchukua license and nimeulizwa for hongo, where am I going to report and am I sure that it's going to be followed up? We have rotten institutions that are not performing, they're not doing their job. Money is always allocated towards an administrative institutions instead of institutions that are more productive, and that is killing our nation. It is putting us in debt. Kuna ghost workers wameja, and it's just killing us slowly by slowly. We are always servicing debt that we don't need. Imeenda towards things that we don't need. That's why unapata hata do ya NHIF sometimes it's diverted. Instead of going towards its intended purpose, inaenda inatumika kwa wage bill, then pesa inaenda inakuwa borrowed huko nje so that ikuje tena like we had that vicious cycle. Then as I finish, I'll talk about the quality of the I already spoke about the electorate, I've already spoken about the institution, and I'm now going to talk about the leadership itself. Leadership, the kind of leadership that we have is a reflection of who we are as a society. It's just like art. When we are a well-informed public, when we are a well-informed population, we ought to elect those people who actually reflect the people we are. Hii mtu wetu mentality, it should end. I don't expect anyone mwenye ako hapa in this platform bado akirudi akiretreat back kwao, bado anaanza kuvote in tribal lines, anaanza kuvote in mse mwenye ati huyo hapa huyu ndio mtu wetu, huyu ndio mwenye tunaangaliana naye. Let's be wiser than that, because if you can be critical about your doctor, if you can be critical about the person who teaches your child, if you can be critical about where you get your farm produce from, if you can be critical about the pilot that flies your plane and the driver that drives the public transport that you're using, why are you not critical about the person who is watching over your resources? Why are you not critical about the person who is defining the kind of policies and laws that run this country? Why would you hate yourself so much that you bequeath yourself a daft person, someone who doesn't know, who can't even tell his left or right feet from each other? Why would you? I remember I once had the governor of Siaya, the previous governor, Rasang, when he was campaigning for his second term, and he was saying that one of the reasons why he shouldn't be elected out is because he can't even he'd go back to poverty because he can't tell the difference between his own personal account and that of the county. And people were cheering, and I was asking myself, How stupid are we? How stupid are we? We need to have a leadership that is progressive. We need to have a leadership that has a proper vision and is accountable to that vision. We need to have a leadership that understands that if you have an indignified nation, then our growth as a country will always be stifled. First of all, take away the indignity of of your population. Because Africa, we have suffered for so long. Africa, we have been embarrassed for so long. Most of us tuko hapa nje with degrees and even masters and bado tunaosha vyombo. That is not right. That's not right at all. We are supposed to be in our countries tukijenga our nation. But when we have wheeler dealers for leaders, some are even purporting to be exporting labor. Ruto is purporting to be exporting labor like now bado we think that we have a country. No. Look into history and ask yourself, why was slavery so why did things move so seamlessly during that time? It is because the leadership of then was selling its own people to the West. What's the difference between that and he? The only difference is maybe you can return back at your own will, but after you've been battered and traumatized and stifled and your candle imekuwa dimmed. Some people are suffering, but they can't go home because they fear that, what will this do to the generations zenye ina depend on them back home. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope that even as we forge forward, as we say Ruto must go, we must do so wholesomely so that we get rid of this mentality, this culture, and this generation of fucking leadership wenye hawajui mbele wala nyuma, and we start having more serious conversations that is progressive, that will visionary, and it will take us where we need to be. We are dragging
Thank you.
back, son.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Corinne will be next. Then just a little bit. Then Jerry. Then Duta. Kindly. And I would like to say something about Elvis because I know when I used to campaign for Ruta, because I really campaigned for Ruta, he used to just tell me he had seen this person. He was actually my administration captain back in when I was in Kapsabet. And he used to tell me he knows this person, what kind of a person. I used to tell him he will change. And now I can say he's been vindicated. Uh, Elvis, then Nduta, then Jerry. Kindly.
Thanks, Kimuzi. Thanks for hosting this. I'm glad that now it has come to that point. And yes, I'm vindicated for what I used to say about Ruto. I'm in Australia at the moment. Now it's very unfortunate seeing the things that are going on back home. Many people, the speakers before, have elaborated really clearly why we need to keep this going, why Ruto must go. Has to be symbolical. It's not that it's just Ruto, the person who has to go, as a previous speaker has said, but Ruto is symbolical of a lot of ills that are happening with our government, and it won't make Kenya progress at any point. I'm a very keen political spectator, and I saw how Ruto rose his ranks, akiwa bado Eldoret North MP, and rising to that point, and they're called what do you call them, the tribal kingpins, and I could see the way he was if you people used to watch the clips that were being shared of him with his oratory skills and him doing all those political jargons in Kalenjin, and it would wow a lot of people, and that's part of the reason he's got to the point he's got, is because of basically how he speaks. Not something to write home about the actual things he's done. Most of the things that people try and attach to him, the things that he himself is claiming that he has done, which, I mean, given there will be a few things he's done, but just not to lose focus, I think that kind of politics needs to be done away with, because that's how we lose the progressiveness of our nation. When we have leaders, and he is very influential. You've seen how all the other political leaders have in wanaongea. You can see some sort of similarity in how politicians speak nowadays, because it worked. It worked for him. From the sob story that he sells about the chicken seller all the way to becoming president, and you know how many other politicians have used that euphemism. When they're talking about, oh, we're speaking for the hustlers, it's our ground, and then now I've got those positions. And when you try and audit what they said versus what we are getting from them, is the reason why this historic thing is happening at the moment. It won't be happening kama these people would have lived half of the promises they were making. And it needs to be a starting point now that if we've gotten this opportunity we are very close to passing this message completely. And I'm very proud of the Kenyans who have come out very, very strongly. Hata wale wako diaspora, people on online, it's so inspiring to see how people are coming out to speak facts into what we have as a country. Many people have mentioned a lot of things in it I would mention, but it means that the understanding is there now. Now, these people forget that they are dealing with a generation which has access to a lot of information. Nowadays, we don't need to look for a politician so that he can tell you what he has done hapa na pale. I mean, you can just look up and see what contributions are they doing as parliamentarians in terms of making laws or discussing legislative agendas, or even in terms of what they're doing back at home, which, with the amount of knowledge we have now, there's a radical change that needs to be done to our systems, to our way of politicking, basically to how politicians should speak to us. Because imagine after all this has happened, we've lost all those lives that we have lost the other day, and the president comes and gives a speech which is devoid of an apology. Even at the very least, that's what I think should have started off, Even as the head of state, you take responsibility for what the forces of the country have done. Because hadi watu wadogo are getting killed and some of them maimed, it's really unfortunate. The least they could have done is apologize. But I'm happy the momentum that's picking up. Najua saizi they're trying, they are politicians and they're trying every means kujaribu infiltrate the movement. You're seeing people coming up wanajaribu kusema they're leaders, people who I actually even know. That some of them I've known from our days in campus politics. And they are brokers, they are dealers. Because if there's, I don't want to go mentioning names, but eventually we will do that. But I'm glad Kenyans are calling them out, and eventually we need to make sure that we remain unpredictable. We don't have a leader. We don't want to have one person, like somebody say, who's is going to be targeted, because otherwise that's how they infiltrate this whole movement and we'll lose the plot. Anyway, I'm still playing catch up to the conversation, so I'd let the next speaker go first, as I still catch up on that. So I think Jerry was next, yeah?
Yeah, thank you for this space. It is an amazing space to hear everyone speaking. It's very refreshing to hear about Gen Zs and the kind of movement that has been created and the conversations that are going on for days. It's very, very refreshing and very encouraging. There has been an attempt and a form of infiltration into the spaces and into this movement. Na hata kama tutaki admit, I'm going to mention a few, whether it's Cairo or Hanifa, or Shansky, or a few people I don't know if it's intimidation or I do not know if it's threatening, but they changed their tunes sometime this week. And because they have a lot of followers, it was like, hey, this is my own thoughts, but I recommend that you do not do this, blah, blah, blah. So the government or NIS or DCI or whatever you're going to call it, they noted that the people who are influencing this movement and who are also in Kenya are able or are easy to intimidate. I will suggest we only have this influencers who, like Kimuzi or anyone outside the country, who can drive up that momentum into any other occupation next week, because tumeshaona timetable na already tunajua what's happening next week. But hawa walinyamazishwa kwa sababu whether wataambiwa watafinywa, wanajua kule wanakaa, or whatever the situation, whatever, or maybe they were paid, I don't know, because somebody even shared a screenshot or Kipchumba Murkomen akipeana 500,000. It was like, that's the price, the starting price for being bribed. But we need to move from listening of those influencers, because obviously they're easy to target. We need to have a conversation of allowing the people in the diaspora, because they do have that safety and they cannot be easily intimidated by Kenyan government, and they do have the protection of those other foreign governments where they live, then that definitely can help one situation. The other situation of this occupation, it's very sad. Tunajua baby boomers na Gen X au kazi yao imeenda, because the fact that they are still in this idea that you can believe this liar, I call him a mad king, because I do think he's actually gone mad. And the kind of orders that are being ordered to kill children, Moshiri just posted a few hours ago, there are kids in class 3 who have been jailed in Naivasha because of a protest there. And he's asking Faith and ajaribu kuwa bailout in jail. Class 3. The youngest children that I've seen died from this protest is a 9-month-old. And you just think in your head, like, who gives an order for police to shoot a child? Who in their right mind, Kindiki, Ruto, Farouk, or Sudi, or whoever is making these calls? You do have your own kids. You do have your own children who go to school. You do have your own parents who gave birth to you. In your right mind, given an order for police who is 95% traumatized by PTSD, and they are like a walking shell, to kill another human being for 35,000 shillings. It's just beyond me. And the fact that you kneel down in churches, na ndio tunasema occupation ya kanisa, because they kama makanisa, they think it's like a joke. They think it's like, oh, these kids are just playing. But now they can see that God is actually doing his work of cleansing the church through a generation that does not care about religion. When you ask for a fundraiser that never ends, tunajenga shule, tunajenga a hotel, or whatever else that you're building, and this politician comes in and goes in the front and talk shit and start talking about their opponent, and you're just there laughing. As a preacher, as a pastor, you're there going to State House to meet a mad king who is going to give orders to kill people in the night in their homes. He's going to even tell news media not to report on the killings that happened in Githurai, in Rongata. The deaths that are being reported are not the actual number of people who died. People were being put in pickups and God knows transferred to what? Shakahola, Wakabariwa, so that nobody knows even where their bodies are. It is so sad to even have audience with the devil on the same table. And then you're there laughing and saying that we're trying to delegate and we're trying to have a conversation with Gen Z. This person has lost his mind, and this person is using the power that he has to massacre people, his own citizen, because he does not want to accept the fact that he is not accepted. People have rejected his leadership. And there was an MP today that even confessed that he sent a message to someone in confidence and said that tunatumia Farouk akuje atuthreaten na maisha yetu. And he could not bear the guilt of all those people that were killed in Githurai, because I think it's probably his constituency or something like that. He could not bear the guilt and the fact that he voted yes, knowing the kind of pressure they are under. Their lives are also being threatened. Wakitumio Farouk, because he's like what, the angel of death or something, because it's like he'll never die. That is the state of this nation. These MPs, they're under duress. These leaders cannot be able to even think for themselves, because they're thinking, if I'm going to do something that this mad king has said that I have to do, my family is in danger. My life is in danger. Ukitumiwa Farouk, everybody knows his history. Boniface Mwangi did a very big expose when Jacob Juma was murdered. One of those hitmen was able to escape to another country, and he said Farouk was the handler. So it is very comical for Jacob Juma's tweets to be used in this day and age. Kila mtu anasema ni Jacob Juma ndio sponsor wa hizi mambo, because it's like his spirit is coming back to haunt the people who murdered him. The people who are elected members of parliament, it's like we have a lot of hatred for them. But there are also people who are, there are some of them who are confessing they're also under duress. Their own lives are being threatened. Their own families are being threatened. I know from the grapevine, Jogona, the CS, has tried to resign twice, 2 times, and has been rejected. Insider information. So you tell me how we are being governed by a mad king, and we think that we have a nation. I'm talking to any member of parliament who is in this space. You need to have like an underground tunnel kind of situation. Vile mlitoroka kutoka parliament, you have an underground discussion of how to impeach this president. Because we do not want bloodshed on the street, unaccountable deaths. These are people's kids. These are people's mothers and children and fathers and brothers and uncles. You need to have a discussion of how to do a Trojan horse and be able to remove this person from office. Kama mtafanya chini ya maji, ama mtafanya na code, ama mtenda an app, muongee. Anyone who feels that they don't have a voice because they feel threatened, have a discussion to save this country, because it's very sad that we are going into another week and probably there are more deaths that are coming, because this person is not going to stop. And he's going to use every kind of agency around him to ensure he stays in power, including the army that were just deployed on the street, all 47 counties, courtesy of Duale. Those people have planes, they have helicopters, they have tickets, they have diplomatic passports. They can run away anytime if shit hits the roof. But we are the ones that are going to stay in that country, and we are the ones that are trying to build. You as a member of parliament, you need to do the right thing and stand in the right path of history to save this country from bloodshed. Because with the army, it can be even more bloodbath, because apparently They don't even negotiate with anyone. They just kill. Kwa sababu wamezoea kuwa kwa nini? In wars, they just kill. Their training is just to kill, So it's probably going to get worse. But we're trying to save our country. People dying with the flag on their back means a lot. It means you're bleeding for your country and someone is opening fire on you. It's like that person is the enemy and you are bleeding for your country. A speaker of Wetangula, unatuma sniper to blow up someone's head because of what? Whatever, na unachapwa na bibi yako, but you have the audacity to spend money on a sniper to come and kill kids. How embarrassing is it if you're under duress for your own life because mna threaten your maisha yenyu? Even us, think about other children and other people's families, because even yours can be in the same situation. You need to do the right thing and impeach this president. Kome also is not doing her job. Faith called her out today. There are cases, I know there is a case that was taken. IEBC is not doing its job to elect officials, and it's also in the courts. That has not been even spoken about. Tunaongea mambo ya IEBC, sasa tumeamka. We've been talking about it, but now people are awake. They can see even these officials are not even in, because he is not planning to leave office. He's planning to stay in office. That's why those officials have never been elected. That's why those boundaries have never been done. That's why you're having all these issues, because this person is planning to stay in power. But we're saying we have to push forward. We have to also be tactical with the war that we started already. I feel this is a second liberation of our country. And the first was the Mau Mau. And this is literally the spirit of the Mau Mau. We are trying to liberate our country a second time. And I really hope in God's name that we can be able to do this. Because I do not understand why we're still negotiating with a mad king. He needs to be out. My last point is there is a lot of people, a lot of very, very talented youth who are in health, wali graduate, hajai kuwa na kazi, and we definitely need to create a space for us to be able to work together. I'm in clinical research. There are no vaccines in Kenya. How can we formulate drugs? How can we formulate vaccines? That's us working together. That's 1 or 2 or 3 people talking about it, talking about the formulations, talking about how to create an IP. Kuna so many people in IT, so many talented youth with masters and PhDs and bachelors. They can be able to do so much. Why are we not making systems, building systems, and be able to market them outside? I know people who can do that. I know people who can market products or technologies that can cater to a certain people, whether it's Kenyan or we can sell it somewhere else. So we also need to work together of how can we empower each other. Vile tuna empower each other, ati Hanifa anaweza lipa bills za 14 million plus for people in hospitals. Na Pasaris tu kazi yake tu sijui ni kusema yeye anapenda Ruto. Like, that's the beauty of unity. And if it got to us being pushed this far, so that we can work together, then we also need to start empowering one another. We have graduates who are very, very high skilled, whether it's science, whether it's math, whether it's engineering. How can we work together to support each other as a unit? The way ants work, we build on one another. Si lazima tugonje nini president and his fake jobs, whatever they're exporting people outside, like slavery, as one of our speakers said. It is a form of slavery. You cannot build a country when you're deporting people out of your country. You build a country with creating jobs within. So let's find a space and create a way that we can all say, this is where I'm talented at, this is where I can contribute, we need to formulate this. There are so many problems in our country, and we are basically the solutions. Tumesomeshwa na wazazi wetu na shida nyingi sana, a lot of problems. And so let's not lose hope and work together and create a space where we can be able to support one another with those ideas and implement them into actionable items. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Jerry. You've touched on so much that I'm really proud when somebody talks passionately at things that is really affecting us as Kenyans. Thank you so much. Maybe next Otieno can talk. Then yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Nduta. You can talk, Nduta.
Thank you so much. I've been on my toes because I first have to give a statement of commending everybody that has been here. This shows the zeal and commitment that we have. It's an unwavering commitment towards this. I was here from 3 a.m. my time, Australian time, and you guys were there from 9 a.m. Kimuzi, I'm sure you've not left because you're the host. And I'm sure this is a true commitment to what we want to get to. All of us are so passionate about this, The young ones are passionate. And I want to just echo what everybody has been saying, maybe say it in a different way, but it's just echoing what everybody has been saying. There are a few people that have spoken, and I will tap on first on the first guy that was here hours back. I think he was Egg Inca. That was his name. And he said he's scared. He cannot even move out of where he is. He cannot move around because he's been put in a mental state of fear. And that's not the country we want. That's not where we want to be. As a country, that's not where we want to be. Somebody should have their rights to walk freely as they want to, not being, being captured and being tormented and intimidated is a way of instilling fear. We need to be fearless. And that way, it can't just come directly. We need to make sure that they understand we are not fearful and they are not going to intimidate others for the sake of it. And Mercy and Lee have spoken about all the atrocities. I am deepened, I am sunken about the atrocities that have happened to people from somebody was speaking about, I think it was Mercy, from 1992. Why are we not being taught this history in our classrooms? Why are we not being given the proper history? I was listening to Mercy talk, and I am a mother, when you get to a point where you can dress your male child to a dress, you put them on a dress to cover them, to shield them. That is the love of a mother. I felt so deep. That statement is deep. I'm going to tweet it. I will tweet it as much as I can because I am a mom and I understand. And mothers hold the world. We are empirical. We are empirical. We hold the universe. And any mother would feel the depth of that statement. That is not where we are going back to. She talked about 1992. We cannot revert back to history. We cannot revert back there. About 1992, that was Moi in ruin. And in 1997, the same thing almost happened because that was the government of Moi. And it was Musalia Mudavadi who is still in power to date. Why do we even have someone who was that underage in that government? Why do we have him? And as somebody said, we cannot have these older people carry our vision. In which future are they talking about? It is the future of the young people. Which future are they talking about? They are promising us a future. I love that statement. What future is that? What future do they carry? The future is in as I said before, if you want to finish a nation, start with the young people. And it's the same thing they are doing. They promise a future, but they finish it because they don't have it. That's the statement. They don't have it. We talked about our empirical points, our bullet points on the dialogue they're asking for. And the first point is accountability. That has been reiterated here in so many ways, and I love the way people are bringing out accountability. And it shows you that we are all cognizant. We are all aware. We are all informed of the same line of thought. Nobody is moving off the line of thought. We are all tired. We are all infuriated with whatever is happening, and we are all for pushing for change. There is no one here who is talking about, the uninterest of our country. We are all for the interest of our country. And how can this accountability be held? Somebody was talking about the bigger problem being poverty. I don't think poverty should come before corruption, because why did we end up poor? It is corruption, starting from 1984, when that white man landed in Kenya and started mapping us. How did we end up here? It was somebody they were paid, they were sellouts. By the time Kenyatta was coming in, they were sellouts. And the reason he cheated on people is because he was educated, he was informed. He could manipulate those who were not informed, they were illiterate. And that has been recycled like a circus to date, 2024. Years, 100 years from then. It's more than 100 years, and we are recycling the same song. It's a shame. Where we are, we hold the shame, we carry the shame. Somebody tells you, oh, your country is so poor. 2 days ago, a lawyer was telling me, your country is so poor. I want to get ladies from Kenya. And I said, what kind of ladies are you getting from Kenya? And he tells me, oh, he thinks that ladies from Kenya can come here and be inflated. I'm asking him, what are you talking about? That our country is so poor that his mind tells him he can get ladies from there and come and trade them here. In 2024, in a deep thought, I cannot blame him, but it is what he sees, and we cannot continue to sell ourselves of such a country corrupt. Before I said that another white man here said that the country is so corrupt, he's not even scared. This government can scare him, but the Kenyan government cannot scare him. Why? The government is so corrupt. Somebody can make such a statement, to be held accountable of such a word, that the Kenyan government is so corrupt. We cannot keep selling ourselves like that. And that's why the young people are out here. That's why people are sleepless. People are here in a podium to make sure that we are pushing for what we want. Somebody was asking about the myth. And it's interesting that the same Mudavadi, the same old man who is still in power in 1997, he was presenting a budget. I think he was a minister of finance. I could be wrong. He must have been the minister of finance. He was presenting a budget, and the opposition leaders then tried to grab that thing, the mess, to disrupt the status quo of then, so that finance bill could not pass. That is 1997. The same man has made statements that, you know what, if this finance bill is defeated or is fails, it is equal to a vote of no confidence. So I believe in what he is. They are also telling us information. They are giving us information themselves. I want to believe that statement holds water, that the failing of that finance bill is equal to a vote of no confidence. Can any lawyers in the House just tell us about the myth and about the vote of no confidence? If it's a vote of no confidence, can they impeach him? Let him go home. We want him home, and we are bold enough to say that we want Ruto home, and we are not intimidated. Nobody is going to intimidate anybody. And that's why we said we are organic. We cannot just sit here and say, we have leaders. They are going to target those people. But because we are a reform, we are a revolution, with so many of us, our hearts are bleeding. And we cannot continue to bleed. As a country, we cannot continue to bleed like this. We cannot continue to bleed. Why are these old people not seeing? Why can they listen actively to how our hearts feel indebted? We feel heavy. Our hearts are heavy. We don't know where to preempt this. Some lady was talking, I think it was Lee, she was talking about our parents have trauma, and they don't even have a space to come and air that. They don't have spaces to talk about what they've been done or the atrocities that they have faced. And that's why they see these young people doing this. They will tell you quickly, please go back to the house. Do not even dare. Why? Because they were shown atrocities of the highest standard. That is why, when you have a trauma, you cannot move from that. It is hard to move from that trauma, but they are also shocked that we have done it. We have taken the mess of parliament. They cannot believe it. My uncle told me, he called me and told me, I've never seen such a thing. Somebody carrying a mess, yeye mwenyewe hajiogopei. Nikamwambia sasa sisi ndio tuko. I gave the statement, sisi ndio tuko, because let them understand we are informed, we know our rights. We are not a bunch of generation that is illiterate or uninformed. Information is power, and that is our armor. That is what we carry. Somebody taking the mess out of parliament. I think that person we should not be condemning such a person. He should hold, the armor of the young people, because that was so intentional. He knew he would disrupt the continuation of any business in parliament. He knew that. And when that thing is not returned there, it cannot be business as usual. It cannot be any business as usual. And that's why I think this thing is about, when the way I'm analyzing it, for them to go to Githurai to try and they are coming with the narrative that they were trying to find the mess. And that the next day, they deployed the KDF. You know, for them to deploy KDF, the National Assembly had to assent to a motion. So that means, how did even that National Assembly carry place when the mess was not there? That is number one. I could be wrong. There are lawyers here. That is not my area of expertise. I'm just a good reader. I could be wrong. But if they deployed the KDF, was that constitutionally right when the mess was not even in that house? How did the speaker become, being able to carry the motion of deploying the KDF? How did they manage? And I think they were going to try and get that mess, maybe from sources of information, maybe when Yalibeba mess alikuwa ameenda Githurai, maybe they were trying to get the mess so that they could push a motion and it could be constitutionally right to pass that motion. That mess carries so much. It signifies the legislative power, and that power is derived from directly the people. It is not from them. It is from the people. So somebody who carried it, they carried our power. And the power is the people's power. The person who took that mess took the people's power, because the people in that parliament are dysfunctional and they needed to be reverted. Somebody was resetting them back to default. And that mess, I don't think it needs to be returned. If you're holding accountable, it needs to say where it is. The Australian mess, long time ago, 1891, it's not 1891. They have a history too. Somebody took the mess and ran into a tram. It has never been found to date. They have never found the mess. But it doesn't mean that the parliaments that were following were dysfunctional. It just means that that same parliament that was there then did not function. So they took out the functionality of the parliament that was in place then. So it's not the first place that we're seeing a mess being carried. Even Nigeria, Lesotho, the mess has been taken away. Let the lawyers tell us what is our step next with the mess outside parliament. What is that signifying? Yes, it signifies that people have taken the power out, but without the mess, what is the steps without the mess in that parliament? If they carry any business without that mess and it's unconstitutionally right, we will uphold them to duty. We will put them right to their positions. We will put them to their toes if they dare carry out functions of the parliament without the mess. We need to also look at collective consciousness. The reason we are also talking about the old parents, having undergone trauma, and they have that at the back of their subconscious. They have that. It is so fresh in their minds. You could hear that, the voice of Mercy explaining to us about the mother. It is so sad. It is sad. I think deep that in 2024 we are reviving 1992. How the hell are we even here? How did we get here? It is conscious, collective consciousness for us, for people to remember very, very well. It needs not to be forgotten. Let that right history be taught in our classrooms. They should implement on teaching our children the correct history. Before we forget the movie Sarafina. We have watched that movie. I know people have watched it so many times, but people don't watch that movie with intent. The teacher was anti-government. And the reason she was shot before people in that movie is because she was teaching the right history to those students. And what did they end up doing? We should teach the right history to our children. Myself, I'm a culprit. I have not been taught the right history. I've taken it upon myself to go and dig deep. What is this history that we're not being told? But how many people are like me? How many people like the readings? How many people like reading? Yes, we have to encourage the culture of reading, but we have to go further than that. We have to encourage people. We have to find a way of giving that history to people. It doesn't have to be in books, even in movies. Why are we not having a movie about 1992? Why don't we have a movie about Jacob Juma? The way we have raised up those tweets, the Jacob Juma. There should be people making a movie about Jacob Juma. It should not be forgotten what somebody has done, so that by the time we get to another election or we are choosing another leader, people should have their collective consciousness. They should not have forgotten what had happened before we put somebody into power. In terms of corruption, I think we will tackle this giant slowly, step by step. In terms of the steps to come, Yes, corruption is our problem, but we will have to tackle that pole pole. We can't let the bus go. The bus is already on. We have already boarded the bus, and nobody is going to alight. We are on. Ruto must go home. He must be home. In terms of civic education, who does civic education in Kenya? I don't even have the answer to that. As I sit here, I do not know. And if there is somebody, I have not seen anything. I have not, it's not empirical to have seen anything that somebody is doing. In my stand, as I stand now, however old I am, that is not disseminating properly. Somebody is not doing their job. And as the youth, we will take that mantle up here, informing people, because information is power. Kibaki did one thing. We can calculate all the bad things that he's done, but he's done good thing, education. The reason these Gen Zs are here, activists, is because of the education that we got. I was in the University of Nairobi, and I didn't even know that the protests that we were holding, let me call them riots, I will call them riots, tulichapwa na rungu, yeah? Because I think we were being trained, and I think the professor that was in there, he knew. But Makoha came and disrupted everything. And he stopped the riots. There was no more riots after Makoha came in, I think after a few years. I was in the times where Babu was the chairman of SONU. Na sisi tulikuwa tunatandikwa rungu vibaya. Unajipata tu hata hujafanya chochote, unatembea tule kwa box kule. Unatandikwa na hiyo rungu vizuri. But you know what? We were standing up for the truth. We could not even joy around it. Anything that could go wrong like this, we would make Nairobi have a standstill. But we were being trained along the wrong line. If they were teaching people to protest in the right, proper manner, protest, but do not be violent, do not end up in riots. That is the correct thing, because people do a wrong thing. Let us protest. It is a right. It's a constitutional right. And I think the university was right to even let that carry on. I think somebody who was encouraging it knew that he was teaching people to be activists, because look at it. Look at the products. Yeah, if you look at Babu, the people that we schooled with, they are all activists. Even Boniface, people are activists. I have not seen all those activists. Go and check. Most of them in UON, because they have the spirit in them. It runs deep down, because we have been told to uphold whatever is right. And if it's not right, pull it down. Put people on their toes. It's only the difference is that there's a difference between protests and riots. When people become violent, then you trigger people to respond to you as of what you're giving to them. But I don't think these protests were riots. It was somebody coming in to push the narrative that it is not a protest, it is a riot. We are so informed people. You have seen what people are doing, paying people to come into the protest. That was wrong. Somebody in 2024, in their consciousness, in their cognizity, they should be ashamed of themselves, pulling people to come and, push the narrative of people are not peaceful Protestants. They're rioting. It is wrong. What do we want for the country? And that's why somebody said, these old people do not have the vision of the young people. They should be home. We should be sending them packing. They have wronged us. They have failed us. They cannot render what they promised us. We have so much hopes of the young people. Where is our country headed? And that direction, the mantle is with the young people. The mantle is here. The mantle is not with them. And we cannot pass back the mantle. They have shown us they cannot carry it. We are not giving them back the mantle. The mantle is here. The mantle is in our voices. The mantle is where we are. The mantle is our zeal to stick here for hours to discuss what is the way forward. That is where the mantle is. That is where the mess is. The physical mess is with somebody, but we have pulled down the power because we gave them that capacity to be there to represent us. But because they are not representing the people well, that is why somebody took it upon himself to pull that man. And I am so, I'm so muscled because people are so informed. Me, I didn't know about the mess before somebody pulled it out. I went to check it out after. I saw somebody carrying it and I went quickly to check. Oh yeah, mtu ametoa hiyo kitu. Inakuanga hata ya nini? I didn't know. But information is power. If we do the same civic education to our people, we are towards the right direction. In terms of elections, the same civic education, we have been talking about elections, and somebody was saying here that, we elect the wrong people, and that's why they are a reflection of us. If we elect the right people, then we are in the right direction. We should start with talking about the voter, educating that person. For the longest time, our parents have voted in a very silly way. Watu wanaenda kuvote hapo nje, watu wanaambia na kaka mkunji ati ni nani mzuri. Wewe unaweza kulikuwa umeshikilia vote yako hivi, ukifika pale kwa voting center mtu anakuambia tu sio mzee, anakuambia sio doka mzuri, do not elect that one because aligonga sijui babu ya nani na mayai imeoza, and that turns your vote to cast the vote to somebody else. That should not be the way we vote. We should be rational. And because this generation, these young people, they are invented, they are crafty, they are informed. I should not expect us, the young people, to vote like they have been voting. And in terms of pulling the right people, it's a vote that will push the country to the right direction. As much as we are pushing change now, yes, this is short term. And that's why we said we need goals. Short term, long term. Our long term goal should be educating people towards voting properly. We should have that civic education. It should be narrowed down like we have done. You know, the finance bill has made even people that don't like reading go into reading. What wameenda kuperuse, people are saying here that they went perusing. They are not interested. They have never been interested, but they were interested. Why? Because we made it a collective conscious. There were TikTok videos, there were tiny memes, you know, making people become interested. Same way should we educate the voter. We should tell the voter, you know what? You are rational enough. You should choose somebody rationally. Not because my grandmother told me not to vote for somebody because they hit somebody with rotten eggs. It should not be that. It should not be it. For all the votes that I have cast in, it has been my mother telling me, Oshio Timwega, Oshio Daraneka Temwega. Sorry, I'm speaking Kikuyu, but I'm just simply saying, my mother tell me, just on the line, on the queue. My mind is my mind is decisive, but she tells me, no, that one will do this and this and this. But why is she telling me that? Because she has traumas, like somebody is saying here. They're depthened by trauma. And I want to say this. There was a very good gentleman that came here a while back, and he was talking about decentralizing the government. We need to decentralize the government. We don't need to be so much represented that we cannot even afford to pay them. We need to decentralize the whole government. We need to make them efficient. And the only way to make them efficient is to have those local places where we can even have committees for the most people that can be. Everybody will have a voice. Everybody can be heard by the government. Public participation will become the new norm. We need to look at how do we reinvent to decentralizing. Australia is decentralized. They're not centralized as like our country. And I can tell you, I've been in a committee where people are talking about change, and you won't imagine a simple committee. People, and it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you have presented in that committee, your voice matters. We need to make the voice of everybody matter, because we've been electing people and letting them sit in those parliamentary seats. And then when they go there, they do not represent our voices. How do we hold them accountable? We don't come and reflect. We don't retrospect. We don't have a way where we come back and ask them, what did you really represent? We don't have that. That's why I was talking about a committee, and we need to have a decentralized place where people can air their voices. We can amplify what is going on, and that's how we can hold them accountable. You know, this thing of somebody comes in and they start talking about a new project while somebody had started an older project. Why can't you just finish that and don't come and, you know, prove to us that you can do this by starting a new one? Just finish the older one. There needs to be stability and structure in terms of finishing projects. That's why some projects are left unfinished. The only way to make sure that they are efficient and they can be held accountable is making sure that we have decentralized and the voice of people is taken back to them. You know, they can hear, they can be measured. How do we measure their performance? How, you know, for them, they don't have people that look into it. It is now that we are tunawatimua mpaka kwa nyumba zao. But before that, what were we doing? We were just sitting comfortably. If somebody is representing, yes, they're good. But that needs to stop also. You know, in terms of history, there's so much history. In him sending soldiers to Haiti, I think he needs to recall it. Why are we being taken to 1884? The history of 1884. I've read diaries from a secret agent that was there in the times of Mau Mau. You know, Richard. He later became very he became preferred by Winston Churchill, and Winston Churchill was the prime minister. You know, that tells you something. This guy came to Kenya for a purpose. Why is somebody so blindfolded not to look into that? By the time you're sending Haiti soldiers, why can't you go and look at what is the history? What is somebody coming for? And that guy that was here, I think, I can't remember his name. He told us clearly Why? I've been asking myself so many questions, but that was a big eye opener. I've been researching. What is this that they're after? What is this that is so big? Why Kenya? Why Vasco da Gama? Why are they looking back into this small nation? And that answered so many questions. That guy that was here before, he told us, he clearly put it down. And somebody needs to ask themselves, is that what is the best interest of the country? To just show up here that we can fight those because we have those. Why? Why is he taking back to history? And as I finish, I will finish on accountability. I think accountability needs to also be held with technology. The way we are here, and because of technology, we have such a platform. I think it is the same way that we need. Our first bullet was accountability in terms of the dialogue that they're asking for. We need to hold that dialogue in terms of technology. How can we hold that accountability? How can we revert that via technology? We are young people who have skills. We are not shortage of skills. Somebody was saying here, there's so many young people that are out here with so much skills. They can do so much. If people can get people's numbers, can go digging so much information, why can't we do the same? Reinvert that skill to what it can do for the country. That whoever, they know who the people that were doing that. Yes. Why? And we also know that the people that were doing that, we should pull the skills together. Like somebody is saying here, we have a place where people with skills can have discussions. Those people should also be found. They should be in that committee where they're giving skills on how we can reinvent, on holding accountability in terms of technology. How do we move forward? We cannot just be stand still as a country and carry the shame for the rest of our lives. Out here, somebody just say, oh yeah, corruption, poverty. That should not be the song. We need to be bold enough. We need to be bold and beautiful, fearless, partyless, tribeless, and move forward. I will close there. I will close my submission. Thank you so much, Kimuzi, for holding this. It is just an impeccable place. I thank you so much. Thank you for being here so many hours. It is your zeal, unwavering support, and unwavering commitment. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody that has been here.
Thank you. One thing before, thank you for that. And maybe we can have a gentleman speak, maybe Bio, then Otieno. Bio.
Mute. Thank you so much, Kibuzi. I think a lot has been said. People have been talking, and there's a lot of repetition, and that's going to help maintain this momentum. I think Nduta, thank you for you're very passionate. Thank you. Uh, just about Haiti, like we know what's going on there. We know uh, uh, we know who's behind all their troubles. We know some of those things we just know. The people behind their troubles are the same people behind our finance bill. They're the same people doing the same thing,
Dirty,
same script,
dirty.
everything just the same.
Joke, dog.
Otieno Kajwang, could you mute your mic? Thank you. So we've seen a lot of things have been happening, the killings, and yeah, some of them I saw I think one of the fallen patriots was being buried today. It was so painful and emotional watching. It's a funeral and it's so painful, and just knowing moving forward and knowing that whoever killed your child is still in power, enjoying all the trappings of power. I just want to know, do we people really know how important a single life is? I remember, I think maybe Kimuzi can correct me. I think it was in June 2006. There was that Israeli soldier who got abducted by the Palestinian authorities. I think he was called Gilad Shalit or somebody. It led to a war. A single soldier led to a war. What are we doing with our lives? Like we're killing our children and without any consequences. I think what the Gen Z started and what everybody's jumping onto this uh, bandwagon. Like we've been sweeping everything under the rug, and I think we have to come out now. We have to come out and start demanding for accountability. Everybody has been mentioning accountability. So, how do we go about maybe coming up with how do we become more accountable? First of all, I think that we have to push for like we have to demand accountability from our politicians, because you see, like just during elections, I think maybe you might have heard, was it Rigiji, the deputy president? He was talking about the government being like a company, you buy shares. So buying shares, that was, it's just in quotes, buying shares. Who finances all these people? Who finances them? Because I know, like maybe in the West, they usually financed by these big farmers and all. But in Kenya, who finances them? You can see all the financials. You can always see them. You can see the likes of Murkomen. You can see the likes of Sudi, the flaunting everything because they know they have shares somewhere and they're untouchable. That's why you might maybe somebody's looking for a job. I have like a family friend who was looking for a job. He's a doctor looking for a job. A doctor looking for a job for almost like 2 years. So he just decided to go. He started going for locums, and I think eventually got a job. But all these counties, like they're demanding for bribes. They wanted, I think, to a tune of 400K. So, like, you paying 400K, then what's going to be your salary after paying that 400K? You're buying jobs. So all those, and you find that all those proceeds, they go back all the way back, just like you've seen our policemen, like that 50 shillings. They're usually given like a target, and that money goes up all the way up. I think probably inafika even the president, if I'm not wrong. Just going by what there was, I think, there was an interview that Mike Sonko was being interviewed. He was talking about revenue collection during his tenure as the governor of Nairobi. And it was like per day, they used to collect, I think, was it 500 million or 300 million? And they used to carry the cash. Kila mtu anapewa yake, including the White House. I mean, not the White House, but the State House. Kila mtu anapewa pesa zake. So just going for that, by that, we have to, like, that's the root cause of all this, like corruption. Whoever is financing you controls you. They have you on a leash. You can't do anything because they financed you. So going if had we not advanced maybe technologically like this, I think Kimuzi and everybody who's been vocal on these streets, like they could have been killed a long time ago. For example, I think I spoke in one of the spaces the other time. I got a threat from somebody, and you can check like the number of followers. I think I got about 200, almost 250 followers after that, and almost all those accounts, they were like formed just like I think on the same day. So all those guys, I think somebody mentioned about somebody's safety for the likes of Kina Kimuzi who are in the diaspora and all. So can you imagine what's going to happen? I think I've seen Kimuzi. He's been posting about this. He's been like, we can't relent, guys. We have to keep fighting because we know Ruto. Ruto is coming for all of you. If possible, he can kill all of you. But we're not relenting because we're demanding for accountability. We want accountability. We want good governance. But Ruto has to go. So you've seen like most of us, we have to demand for the best, still on accountability. You've seen rogue contractors without, they do stuff without because they know they're protected by whoever, maybe the president, maybe whoever. They have big boys somewhere who are protecting them. So they'll do shoddy work, but they get paid. So all those companies, there's a lot of conflict of interest, because somebody like I have a company and I need maybe a tender to construct a road. I'll go back to maybe Murkomen or whoever who has the capital to do that work. So it's just briefcase. I'm doing the work, but I also have to get my cut. That means we compromise on everything. That's why we have very many accidents, because of poor road designs. That's why we have our hospitals don't have enough medicine. We are the hospitals are understaffed, and the examples I can give, very many examples. Uh, and also on accountability, I'm still going on. We have somebody like Atwoli who's been in that office for so long. I think after Ruto, I think is just like he's like the symbol of that bad governance. The era is over. His time is up. So somebody like Atwoli has to leave that office, because Atwoli has been there, and I think there was a clip. Was he talking about wearing like expensive shoes? Like, I think his shoes are, I don't know, they were to a tune of 1 million, or is it 2 million shillings? Yeah, so he was talking about 2 million shillings, like shoes. So we we have to really push for this, and it's so unfortunate or fortunate that most people that have been despised, like for example Pastor Nganga, who's been despised all through and through. I'm not saying like he's mweupe kama pamba. He has his flaws, but look at him. He's stood for the right cause. He's the first pastor who started calling out this government. He's one of the first pastors who started calling out politicians. So we've seen like even some few pastors, I think Pastor Nick Korir, Pastor Gowi, all those that they're on the right side of history, and they're supporting Gen Zs. They've been doing that. I don't know why they're doing it, but they've been doing that. So I think I think everything has been said, but I'm not so sure about is it the SHIF? I think SHIF, the one the new insurance fund that they're currently pushing. Do you know there's a lot of conflict of interest in that, because they're replacing NHIF, and guess who's going to get all that contract? The contract is going to a company that is affiliated to Ruto. So we all know that there's a lot of dirt that we have to clean our houses. I'm really encouraging. I'm encouraging you. You have your spheres of influence. Start by influencing. Look at what Kimuzi has done. Kimuzi has done something. Kimuzi has done something. I think there was one of the speakers who stated that we've not our voices have not been heard because we didn't have the platform. Look at Gabriel Oguda. He's used this platform to express himself, calling out bad governance. So I believe it's not about getting the right platform. Keep working. Look at I think is it there's this musician. It started with the likes of Eric Wainaina and the likes. You can use whatever you have to demand for accountability and good governance. Least but not lastly, I think what needs to be done, like we have to stand with the families of the patriots who are killed by Ruto and his government, And also we have to push, we have to recall all those MPs that voted yes, because I believe there's a way in which we can do it, recall them, and we have to stage sittings. I've seen Magodi. Magodi is doing a very good job, because that's what the church is supposed to do. The church is not supposed to be partisan. The church should be neutral. I think yeah, that's my submission. Thank you so much. Keep up the good job.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a few other speakers. I don't know. It is Big Baba. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. You have 4 to 5
Hi.
minutes.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yes, I am a foreigner. I am Zimbabwean. I live in Diaspora. I'm in Canada. And I've been following your movement online, attended your online presence. Do you hear me?
Hatusikii bana. Si Kenya.
Do you hear me?
Big Baba, sorry. I have to give the opportunity to Kenyans first. We appreciate your sentiments. Like any, for now, we want to just, first of all, speak as in-house. We appreciate your support.
Okay, can I pass my words? Can I just say my words? I want to salute you as Kenyans. Yeah, I want to salute you as Kenyans. You have done a thing that make me wish, if I wish to be a Kenyan. I am very proud about the work that you are doing. One question that I have for you, I like the momentum that you have with your movement. I hear that you have spaced to say you're doing Tuesday and Wednesday. Are you not giving the enemy time to mobilize against you? Because the moment you give them that space, they will set up their things and they'll make your fight very difficult.
Okay. Thank you.
I wish you could keep the momentum every day, keep putting pressure. I won't say much. Time for the Kenyans. I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your support. All right. What else do we have here? The intentional mom.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I've been waiting since last night, so I don't want to repeat what everyone has said. Kila mtu amekuwa na very valid comments, very yani everyone, a lot has been said, so sitaki kurudia. I only had I think 2 things zenye nilikuwa nataka kumention. I've been hearing a lot of people wakisema about watu wenye wanakuwa abducted wanarudi and they've changed. They've been insinuating that wanafaa kuwa wakiambia watu what happened and all that, na nilikuwa tu nataka kuask that tuwape grace. It's okay if they don't speak up because tunaona brutality yenye polisi wako nayo in public. You have no idea chenye wanaweza fanyia mtu in private, especially if wanatafuta mtu anafund what is going on right now. So sahi tu mi nilikuwa na ask, let us not push them. They are our fellow Kenyans. Tusiwaulize if they are not comfortable to speak up. And then our watu wenye they've lost their loved ones, we should not reduce them to numbers. We keep speaking their names. hata tukue tukicirculate picha zao, because their families, life yao will never be the same again. Even sisi tukisha move on as a country, tukiwa tumeachieve goal yetu, those people and even the mothers who lost their children, mtu alipoteza mtoto wa, I don't want to say kama sio ule mtoto alikuwa short wa 5 years old, people, they will not move on from that hivyo tu. So sahizi when we are saying chenye tunasema, let us remember how as and siblings when you lose their loved ones, let us say their names. Nimeona BNN wamekuwa wakipost picha and age, and I think that is very good. Tusiseme tu watu wali lose their lives ni 300 ni let us not say numbers, tuseme majina yao, they matter, they were people. And again, relent, because the blood that has been spilled, the lives that have been lost, inafaa it has to mean something. So to keep the fire burning, let us not relent. And someone mentioned something jana jioni. I'm sorry. Someone mentioned something. Sijui kama mtoto kulia ni kelele, nitawacha kuongea. Do I need to stop talking?
Just wrap up kwa sababu ina interfere, we can't hear you clearly.
Okay, sorry. I was saying, remembering, I was saying we need to keep saying their names, and sahi the lives that have been lost need to mean something, na tusikufe moyo, even hii jani haitakuwa rahisi. We knew it from the beginning. We know what kind of person we are dealing with. And yesterday there's a lady, I think anaitwa Jeanette, and a guy also, walikuwa anasema venye wako afraid, and the guy alikuwa anasema venye hata hajatoka kwa nyumba ever since. So let us be kind saa zile hata tunaandika vitu kwa timeline, because sometimes unasema vitu and you think it's a joke na ina trigger mtu. And others are still afraid that wanaweza kuwa abducted, that people are saying hata wakiona gari ikislow down wanaanza kuogopa. That's why I was saying tuache kupusha watu wenye actually walikuwa abducted and they came back. Let us be kind to them. They will say their story when they are comfortable. If they never say what went on, pia ni sawa. They don't owe us that. And then ukiona mtu online ameanza kuongea against, ama ni kama anakufa moyo about hii jani ya country yetu kukua, sisi wa Kenya kukua liberated from hii government, it's okay. Wewe usikufe moyo. I heard someone saying when ukipanda mat, msee akifika destination yake ashuke, ausemangi ni sawa, siwezi bebwa kwa mat peke yangu, unashukia hapo. No, some people feel like wamefika mahali walikuwa wanataka. It's okay if they leave. Tuendelee kusoldier on juu sisi tunajua what we are fighting for. So I didn't want to say much. Most importantly, kitu tu nilikuwa nataka kuhighlight ni that mental health ya hao watu walichukuliwa ina matter. Wacha tukue patient with them. Asanteni, mkuwe na siku njema.
Thank you. I think we've got D as well. Are you there, D?
Hello, hi guys, good morning. So I just wanted to highlight some things like that has been happening. Tuseme, for example, number one, we thought that there were some 400 KDF that were deployed to Haiti. Like, why would the government deploy the KDF men to Haiti while we have a major problem here at home? We have some, let's say for an instance, we have security issues here at home. So like, ISOC issues are like they are not important. I'm like, what's happening? Then another one that I wanted to highlight is health. For example, with let's say if there's a person who have cancer or any health issues concerning kidney and anything, you'll see they are going to India for medicine, to seek higher medicine, I don't know what. So like, I don't know what the Indians over there have, that the machines that they are using over there, that here in Kenya, the government can't bring and educate the doctors and the nurses.
Dee, I think we've lost you. Are you still there? All right, it's like Dee's gone.
I was talking about India. I was talking about India, like why are people going to India for treatment? Or like what machines are they using there in India to treat people? While the government is saying like, let's say 20 or 30% of Kenyans are going to India for treatment of cancer, kidney problems. There are so many for surgeries. Why can they bring those machines here at home so that they can teach our nurses and doctors on how to use it? We are very innovative, and everyone here in Kenya is very eagerly to learn. Another one is unemployment. Earlier on, I don't know, it was yesterday or I don't remember the exact date, but the president talked about providing labor to, let's say, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai. Is taking girls there, like is providing labor there. Like mbona si atuprovidie jobs huku. We have more people who have degrees, diploma, but they are unemployed. There's a man here who has talked like, he has a friend who is a doctor and has been looking for a job for 2 years. Like, why is that?
Dee, I think I might have to cut you short. Your speaker we keep losing you. Anyway, I want to echo what Dee amesema. I just want to echo what she said, because it's very absurd for the president of a country to make it his agenda to send people outside the country in the name of trying to increase the number of people who are out there working so that they could do the remittances. And he wants to build a government from that. You're exporting your skilled labor. And wale watu ambao tuko huku diaspora, you know that most of the jobs that people end up doing here are not the highly skilled jobs. You end up doing menial jobs, most of the people who are here. Not that they're not good jobs, but the fact that they get good money from it. But in terms of the skill, we're wasting a lot of skill. We're only doing these out of necessity. We're only doing, going to diaspora out of necessity. But what the agenda for the president of a progressive nation should be is how to keep the labor force, the skilled labor in Kenya. And it's very unfortunate. Ruto behaves like he didn't think through the running of a government, even though he was deputy president for whooping 10 years. And even as a matter of principle, a deputy president who disagreed with how the government worked and did not, as a matter of principle, resign from being paid by Kenyan taxes. So it's unfortunate. As we speak, can we just still go back to the theme that the theme here is Ruto must go, and we're being symbolical that it's not just Ruto the person, but all the ills, which I think it's very good everybody's pointing out this. Another speaker, we can have
Elvis, just a little bit, just to echo what you have said.
Yes,
There was something about Occupy State House, which we talked about last week. And many people thought we were like breaching the State House. No, we can move around State House. We can go. People in White House, people protest outside White House, right? People protest outside the Buckingham Place. Like people protest out of these thousands of heads of state. So it's not a problem if you just protest. It's a problem if you breach. People should have information. People should be taught. People should have this civic education about where to enter and where not to enter. So it's not illegal or it's not wrong to protest outside state house. That's something I wanted to clarify. When you say the Ruto must go is symbolic, many people doesn't see that symbolism. People just see it as it is. It's literal for them.
Exactly. Not all Kenyans cannot have personal vendetta against the president because we can't all be the president. We can't all be desiring to be the president. No, we just want our country to be better. We know we deserve better. And Onajua, from the benefit of having experienced two governments doing service delivery, we know that Kenyans are not receiving the bare minimum they deserve. And it's not a mistake. We should not feel sorry for us pushing this agenda. It's not us, just Kenyans pushing this agenda, actually, and they have come out very strongly to do it. So we should not be apologetic about it. Na venye tu umesema Kimuzi, this expression of our voices, as long as we're doing it legally and peaceful, you need to remember that when this began, it was a very peaceful process. And the police came in, and that's when it turned violent as it is. We have lost lives, we've lost property. Lakini we have several achievements to go with this. At the moment, politicians when you vote, yes, they can barely appear in a public forum to say anything. Politicians who go to churches, unajua venye Kumuzu nasemanga kuna siku tutaanza story ya Sudi, and the much brainwashing people have been done in Rift Valley, in Eldoret to be particular. It's a whole story, and it's a whole scenario that needs revolution. Because we can't be having people of his scenario, of his clique, including Farouk, running the show. Yet we can see blatantly kwamba they're just wielding power. There's nothing progressive out of it. And these are the people who bankroll our churches in inapatiwanga service when they go for these functions. The part that's given to service is less than what's given to the politicians to fight each other. We need to stop that. That shenanigans needs to stop because the moment we can't stop that, we're just being the same as them. 10 years, 20 years from now, we'll still be having the same country we're having where we're just complaining and complaining. But if we do something, which we're already doing something, and we need to keep the tempo at an all-time high to make keep, we need, this is where, wanasemanga, it's darkest before dawn. We sometimes we feel like ni kama wametushikilia sana, lakini this is the time to strike. If we let this opportunity to go, I don't know if we're ever going to find another time where as close as this to sending a good and very particular message. Anyway, let's have somebody else speak. Nkonmona Kenya Halisi, I don't know if he's still there.
You can give it to Rosa, and before she speaks, because it's the man, if somebody was injured or has an hospital bill, he or she can DM Anifa or text Anifa and the number of the doctors for easier clarification. Unajua watu wengine wanaweza tuma tu, but unatuma bill na daktari alafu wana confirm, then they pay it for you. That's one clarification I wanted to make.
Okay. There's someone who amesema tumpatie somebody.
Rosa. Then David.
Rosa. Okay. Are you there, David? Or Rosa? Are you there, Rosa?
There is Chef Amo. Maybe we can add more people.
Okay. Chef Amo. While we're waiting for them, we need to appreciate the soldiers in the struggle too. Nimeona saa zingine people are trying to distract us with a lot of throwing stones at people who have been, really, they've done their bit. I mean, they have their weaknesses here and there, but like very true, umesema kama kuna people who are injured, people who have lost their loved ones, and we have someone, I mean, Hanifa Safi in this case, who's sending the money to them. It's good to appreciate that she has done that, because for this to be progressive, we need to give a pat on the back so that mtu asifeel kana kwamba, well, why am I in this? I mean, after all, you guys are targeting me as well, as though I'm the same as the other guys, you know? But anyway, that's said and done. Chef Amo, are you still there?
Maybe Bruce can speak?
Yeah, Chef.
Yes. Morning. First thing, condolences to our heroes. I think I'll be very, very, very short. One thing, we are not against the government. We are against the church. The church is our big problems here. If we deal with the church, I think we'll be very, very safe. Thank you so much.
We lost him ama amemaliza?
I think we lost him, Kimuzi. Can you just give it somebody else?
Bruce, you can take the mic. Clint. Kindly, if you request the mic, you can, when you call, you take the mic, kindly, please, because there are many requests. Dr. Mbugwa. Dr. Mbugwa, you can talk.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sure.
So I just wanted to say something very simple. I mean, I've been following these spaces and I'm seeing what's happening. But I believe that we need to be accountable to ourselves first before we can hold anyone else accountable. If you look at the political spectrum, we Kenyans are the ones with the problem. We Kenyans keep voting for these politicians that we end up saying, so and so must go, Moi must go, Kibaki must go, Uhuru must go, Ruto must go. But where is our accountability? Somebody like Ruto, who was in the ICC and all of that, accused of doing whatever, during the last election cycle. We were the ones who are going even against our own brothers on tribal lines and all this nonsense, saying that, oh, because now he's claiming God, because now he's a prayerful man, we must elect him. Kwani ni nini yenye amefanya sasa hivi yenye hatukujua atafanya before? And this is the truth. For any revolution or for any change, you have to be introspective first. We sit here na tunazusha, tunasema oh, tunaibiwa. So how can you complain unaibiwa, yet you're the one who's electing a mwizi? How can you say unauliwa, yet you're the one who's electing a muuaji? Just because they called on God? You know, I was watching something and our first lady said that she prayed and the Kenyan shilling came down against the dollar. Really? Like, how stupid are we? It doesn't matter about the global economy. It doesn't matter about global inflation. but because of prayer, the shilling came down. Our Akinarets, they have died fighting for us. It is time we rekindle the Mau spirit. I'm not asking you to be violent. I'm asking you to be smart and to think about maisha vile iko. Tuambizane ukweli. Think about it. Everyone who has been in prominent position in government is a product of the political elites post-colonialism. They're either part of Odinga family, Kenyatta family, Moi family. And if you say Ruto is not part of them, Ruto is Moi's political firstborn. So as much as we can sit here and complain about leadership in Metufail, like I was listening to, there's a lady that spoke, and she said about you guys have to go to India to get treatment. The issue is not the people, the issue is not the brain power, the issue is not those machines. The issue is the system. As we are sitting here fighting and saying Ruto must go, who is talking about the issue that they want us to kukuwa na digital ID? Who is talking about the dangers of digital ID? And what the World Economic Forum inatulete? No one. Tunafungwa macho na vitu kidogo while they're closing big deals that only benefit them and selling us out. But we are so blind. You see, before social media, walikuwa wanatumia ukabila. And what caught them unawares was this whole reject finance. It is tribeless, right? It is no political party affiliation. That is what caught them unawares because they used to divide and rule. As Kenyans, we need to smarten up. We are one of the most educated people in Africa. We need to smarten up. The problem is not Ruto. The problem is not the MPs. The problem is Sisi. Because Ruto, whether you love him or hate him, the government, whether you love it or hate it, would not be there if it were not for us giving them that mandate, giving that power. You see, it is interesting. In 2012, we had the likes of Akin Abdu Badida, Mwalimu. And yet in 2022, you only had 2 candidates. Because bills were passed, they put in rules and regulations who can vie, who cannot. If you look at the Kenyan constitution, inasema we are the people. The power is vested in the people. Now representation. We are idiots. We are fools, and up until we wake up to this thing and say that we shall not be fools anymore, that's the only time we can change anything. Elvis spoke about Ruto exporting, or rather exporting jobs to other countries. Now, I actually disagree with you, Elvis. It's a good thing to do that because if you look at countries like India, Nanini, they have partnerships, Nanini, with all these outside countries where they send their talent. It is okay. But the problem is tunafungwa macho na vitu vidogo. How can most government contracts go to people within the government? We are here reject finance bill, but yet they're pushing up part of that finance bill, or rather, they're pushing a law that conflict of interest to be removed. So government employees can conduct biashara with the government. Which means if I'm part of the government, I can give myself a contract for the government. Kenyans, we need to wake up. Waking up is not going to protest on the streets. That is fine. That is okay. That is our duty. But waking up means we need to be smart enough. We need to elect smart people. We need to elect accountable people. We need to challenge rules and laws. We need to stop this whole mheshimiwa and Tuwetu syndrome. Up until we get to that point, we shall never move on. We shall remain colonized. And if you disagree with me about colonization, remember, there is no one in the elite political class that is not part of wale wenye zile familias za kupigania uhuru. You want to tell me that since 1963, it has been Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Kalenjin, and we don't have a problem. Anyways, Kimuzi, thank you for the opportunity. And Viva, let's fight on.
Peter, you can take over.
Hello guys, I hope mnanipata vizuri.
Yes, tunakupata.
Okay. Nilikuwa tu na point. I love the way hii revolution imeanza na hii movement ya youths na vile tunaendelea hivyo na vile tumemake our voice heard by the government. So point yangu ilikuwa ni moja. Vile tumeanza hii movement, wacha tusi waste hii chance. Hii chance ni kubwa sana na sasa gava iko ready kutusikiza. Wacha tukue na wale watu watarepresent kwa gava. Yani tuselect, tujue ni nani wataturepresent kwa gava, waende watuongelele, tuseme tunataka hii na hii na hii. Tutaendelea na movement, tutaendelea na kusema Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Hii kitu itaenda tu hivyo, iende ifade away, iishe. So before ifade away, so tufanye kitu moja, tukue na representatives, waende watuongelele, tuseme hii ndio agenda yetu kama youth, tunataka mtoe hii wastage, hatutaki hizi viti, hatutaki hii na hii hivyo, tunataka finance bill ikuwe hivi. So that was my point. Alafu then another point, 2027 hii election inakuja. Tujitume, tuende tuchaguane. Sisi hatuchaguanangi. Tutabaki tu kwa mtandao tunaongea na hakuna kitu inafanyika. Tutaendelea tu kufinyiliwa. Juu ukiangalia gava zingine kama France, wana demonstrate, wanafanya nini, but hakuna kitu huwa ina happen. So sasa hii gava iko ready kusikia na Ruto amesema atatusikia, to take this opportunity tupeleke our agenda. Nimemaliza.
Just to say something, I think I agree with Peter. Eventually, in the long run, we'll have to have some sort of leadership. Because Ababu, hypothetically speaking, so say we have pushed this all the way, Ruto ametoka kwa ofisi. So what do? We could be we could be pushing for, let's dissolve parliament, another election or whatever. But after that, what do? Who do we put up there to address the issues that we are raising? Eventually, we're going to have some structural leadership. Lakini, I think it's important not to lose focus. Because the strategy that this government is employing is you put up someone who seems to be the leader of the movement, then they go for that person. Now, the moment that person has been either eliminated or compromised, it will affect the movement. So we need to live in the moment. At the moment, Saizi, we're not looking for a leader for this movement. We want to push it to the point now it will be necessary to have a leader. And I promise you what leaders would come up from there. I'm sure people can pinpoint who's a leader. All right. What other speaker we got here? Kenyan lady.
Yes, thank you. Listen, I think that y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Mnanisikia? Okay. Sasa skizeni, I think that we have been recycling what majority of the conversation. There's some bit of it, a percentage of it that keeps getting repeated, and it's okay, and it's perfectly fine. Inatuwezesha kurudia, the ideas, and this goes over and over and over. Now, I am one of those people that are completely opposed to having any leadership. Okay. Y'all wengi wetu tulienda shule Kenya. Okay. All of us went to school in Kenya, majority of us, high school, boarding, primary school, whatever. If you led one of those strikes, all right? If you led one of those strikes, tulikuwa wengi, you mobilize the whole entire school. We were so many, right? But then eventually, the teachers were able to know the central node literally in a week or 3 days. And the next thing that happened, you were suspended. And you are wondering, those people who are backing me up, walienda wapi? And there's a way the government is able to really not even approach the people that look that they are leaders. That has already happened. It has already happened to the people that, probably were looking like they are so forefront, and we don't see them anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that idea of having a central person, that idea of having a central node right now, it will kill the movement because they will come for that. And that's why you're seeing they are insisting on, I think there's a group of youth, we woke up and there were like about 8 people that had been chosen. I don't know, they are ready to provide leadership to the Gen Zs. I'm like, what is this shit? I have never even seen them in the space since I started. You know, and this space started way before even the maandamano. Hapa ndio maandamano ya linini. This is a place that they planned to have this maandamano, but these spaces have been ongoing for what? The last 1 month. I have been a listener. You know, today was the first time I spoke. So I'm very, very opposed to having a central node. It doesn't matter what it is, but for right now, let it be what it is. Let the risk be distributed amongst the 1,000, the 20,000 people that are here. The only thing that you guys need to know is that those people who are on here and you, excuse me, and you have some form of una uwezo fulani. Unajua wenye tuko kwa healthcare tunaweza saidia upande upi? Unajua wenye wetu, you know, who are good fundraisers, mobilizers, unaweza saidia upande upi? When we are so many of us, all of us are leaders. So find your space, find your niche and mobilize that. Come on the space, panga laini kama watu wengine and say what you need to do and say, you know, this is what you're going to be helping people. For now, let's spread the risk, because even when you are attacked as a group, it's going to be very difficult. Turning off the group will be very, very difficult. But the moment you have the central people, the people that are looking, that are repeatedly, you know, they're the ones who are being waited for to provide ideas. They're the ones who are kind of leading, quote unquote, the group. Those are the ones that will go for. And then I spoke on the aspect of exhaustion. You have 10 people. Those 10 people are your leaders. Let me tell you the exhaustion that comes in with leadership. This is a whole lot, plus the trauma they are having to take. Right now, we are distributing all that risk. We are distributing the trauma. We're distributing the risk. We're distributing the resources. Everybody anakuja kusaidia kwa uwezo wake. So for now, no. Let it spread out. Let it be what it is. No central nodes, no leadership, no form of a group, I don't know, doing this and that. And no, right now it stays what it is, and it will morph to something when that time comes. Ruto must go. Thank you.
All right. I think we need to give a few more other people na tuweke limit ya time kidogo so that we have a bit of a diverse contribution. So looking at the list, it's Ben Todhuo. I don't know if you're there. Yeah. Obara Duncan. If those ones are not there, Dr. Mbugwa.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me? Correct?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, the previous speaker amesema kitu important kuhusu, you know, tribeless, leaderless, and all of that. But in the long run, we have to think far and think smart. In the long run, we'll just be noisemakers kwa darasa. We have to come up with a strategy as to how to be represented within the government. Because we'll make noise, we'll do whatever, we'll protest, but that can only last so long. Let's be realistic. 48 laws of power. That will only last so long. Now, obviously, there are people who are coming out claiming to be leaders, nanini, and you don't even know if they're sponsored by the same gava. Kusemati, okay, these are leaders who are youth, ili kutukomesha. But maybe, just maybe, and this is a thought I'm putting out there. You know, everybody needs a head. Okay? Maybe, just maybe this is an opportunity for a new political party or something to form, whereby now you can have the processes of electing the proper leadership to represent these voices that are here. Because other than that, and I can tell you, if I was in government, what I would do is get 5-10 Gen Zs and crown them and say these are the voices of Gen Z. Because now that becomes the political diatribe. Politics is a dirty game. You cannot mix a revolution and politics. Unfortunately, a revolution is crowned by blood, but we've already shed enough blood. It is time, yes, we are angry, but we have to take responsibility and accountability for our anger. And obviously, when these spaces, we know Gava is listening, and they can listen, it's sour. But we need to be able to find out what the next steps are. I mean, you can only, okay, fine, that was a one-off. For 53 years of, for what, 51 years of fucking independence, that is the first time that the Kenyan parliament has been breached. Do you think it's going to happen again? Definitely not. We need to think strategically as to how, because we're not trying to overthrow our government. That is not the point of this. We are trying to create a better life for ours, for our parents, and for our children and their children. The only way we do this is when we have sober minds and think beyond whatever anger and pain that we have and figure out how kesho, this Kenya that we are all dreaming that we want to have, how do we get there? But we cannot get there unless we have a unified voice. And we are part of the representative democracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mbugua. Yeah, I want to agree with what you're saying. Like, eventually, for this to make meaningful sense in the long run, is to actually achieve everything that we're talking about in the moment. Like, we're talking about honest leadership, we're talking about accountability. And all that can only be achieved if there's going to be a structured way of governance in the future. So beyond the push that we're having now, that Ruto must go, we have to be prepared for that. Like, there's someone written somewhere about a leader would come up. We should not be worried about that. Eventually, there will be a leader that will come up from this whole noise. What we need to prepare is that even institutions that need to move us forward also need to prepare to come up. Like a political party that is devoid of how the current political parties works. The current political parties are personal outfits. And if you're not listening to Raila, you're not representing the views of ODM. I mean, if you're not speaking the same language as he's speaking, if you're not speaking the same language as Ruto, you're not a member of the UDA party, which we all know that UDA party won't get to 2027. There will be another political vehicle that will be formed just because the group individuals were reset or organized differently, and then another political party is formed. ANC party folded itself the other day to join UDA, not as a matter of principle, but as a matter of convenience, kujaribu kusaidia Ruto in preparation for 2027. You know, all that matrix ya kutoa Rigiji from that mix. It's all just play that we are watching. It's like you're watching a movie where none of it has an agenda for us. It's all them and them and them and them. So we preparation for 2027. All right.
Korir, can I answer you for a second?
Yeah.
You see, I actually agree with you. Now, as much as we are trying to mimic and emulate the West, so one of the biggest problems in Economy, please don't mute it. I would hope we can have a conversation. So,
okay.
One of the biggest challenges is that our political framework is based on personalities.
Yeah.
So our politicians rebranded themselves. I mean, you spoke about Raila, so let me just use Raila as an example. I remember when Raila was Sibor, the Siba, right? Then he became Tinga. Then there was, I don't know, Hammer. Okay, and I'm just using Raila as an example. What they do is every election cycle they will have a new political party. They will come up with a new catchphrase and tag. And because we as Kenyans are so fucking gullible, and pardon my French, we are so gullible, we get to follow the personality without actually thinking what they're bringing for us. We get to go on tribal diatribes. For example, Right now, I see Akorir and Ambogwa speaking, correct? But during
Yes.
electioneering period, if the Kalenjins and the Kikuyus are at war, then we are siding with Mtuwetu syndrome. The thing with this movement right now, what we're calling the Gen Z movement, that is so beautiful, it is because they're saying tribeless, leaderless. I saw a post somewhere where they said the biggest mistake that they made was to educate us. The Kibaki free education thing from 2002 or whatever he put it in, meant that class 8s after that, everybody could speak English. Everybody can understand what is going on. Corey, please don't mute.
I'm just muting when the baby comes close to me. Niko na mtoto, pole.
That's okay. That is our future right there.
Yeah.
So sisi kama Wakenya, Corey, nikuulize,
yeah,
how do we ensure, na umesema kweli, unajua hii personality, if you look at the West, for example, look at Republicans versus Democrats in the US, the political parties are based on ideologies. Our political parties are based on individuals. There is no ideology. You can say NDP, United Democratic, Republican. It means nothing because it is about the person. To be quite honest, I'm not even mad at Ruto. Kwa sababu, and I wrote a post and nikasema, if you elect a thief and then he steals, how can you blame the thief for stealing?
Or how can you be shot?
If you elect a murderer and then they murder, wow, how can you be mad that they're murdering? The thing that we Corey to agree with you, sir. Eventually, yes, we need some form of representation. I'm not talking about leadership, I'm talking about representation. Because the beauty about representation is a representative can always be called back to whoever walimteua aenda akakuwa representative, right?
Yeah.
We are at a point in our country where the dialogue has shifted from what is mandated by the government to what is in Article 1 of our Constitution.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, it is a great place to be in, but also a very dangerous part to be in. Because now, Gava can use this. For example, they can say, who are Gen Zs? What are you going to do? Go riot because a Gen Z is representing you? Do you think it is easy to get however million Gen Zs to agree to one leader?
No.
When somebody, if right now you get called to State House, Corey, right?
Yeah.
And you are given money that's generational wealth, you think you will not change your tune to protect yours and your family? Tuambizaneni ukweli. Anyways, I just wanted to have a conversation. These spaces at times they're very lonely because you're just talking like you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, I understand.
But I think it is important that we start looking at ideological politics as opposed to populist politics.
Yeah, true.
And the anger that we have is the fuel that we need. I saw a post mtu akisema aje ati kama turudisha mbeberu Britain, kwani Sugoi ni mbali aje? But the issue is not even Ruto. And I know people here might disagree with me. The issue is not Ruto. I mean, Ruto stood there and he cried tears. So he cried. Yeah. And Kenyans were like, oh my God, ananyanyaswa na Uhuru. So, and then he came na mambo ya kanisa. And because of how we are raised and our parents and we believe in church and religion and all this shit, we voted for him.
Yeah.
He told us bottom up.
Yeah.
And I mean, really, it is bottom up because it is the bottom people who are suffering. Yeah? The guys up want to enjoy maisha.
The guys, I'm telling you, the guys sat down somewhere and did a research country and the demographic characteristics. Now, akajua the rallying call bottom up would inspire the people at the bottom, even though he will be promising things which very clearly are very unreasonable. They will still have clinging hope on that. Now, his intention was to win election. He was not to lead Kenya. And he actually did a very good strategy to do that. But there was no plan for after that. The plan was ending with winning the elections. That's why, Nona, the amount of confusion is there in this government. How
Actually,
do you take
there was a plan.
Decision-making body and give it to your loyals?
Bro, there was a plan. Let me tell you what the plan was. And the plan is.
Yeah.
The elites know one thing. And I take you back to 20, I think it was 2012 when Abduba Dida was vying for presidency. So,
Yeah.
and also during that 2012, the best run constituency in Kenya, I believe, was Gatanga constituency na Peter Kenneth.
Yeah.
They really utilized the GDF well, and really and truly, if Kenyans were reasonable, they should have elected Dida and Peter Kenneth or one or the other. So, because that was a results-based decision. Okay, but then obviously we have to, as Kikuyus, we were told Kurangera Udhamaki, which means protect the kingdom. Now this kingdom, and yet we end up being poor. So, the challenge yenye iko hapa, and what most people might not understand, is that the political class has to protect the political class, because if a non-political class comes in, then whatever ill-gotten wealth that they have will be taken away from them.
That's very true.
That is why when Moi left, Moi gave Uhuru Kanu. And if you think that Kibaki was on outsider, in 1985, Kibaki was on the cover of Time magazine as the most prominent African economist. He was part of the government because he died in 92, died in 97. So during 1992, and this is a story that I'm told. So, well, I think they called it the Y2K movement.
Yeah.
Ruto was an activist, an agitator. And this is a story from my mother, because they were part of the same group.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can blame them. Now, for example, tomorrow you topple Ruto, right?
Mm-hmm.
His wealth, from a chicken farmer to a multi-billionaire. I mean, he's the only chicken farmer that I know that owns helicopters today. I could be wrong, but that's the only one. He's the only one that I know.
Korea.
All the land issues, all this stuff. There's a reason why they will never allow an outsider to gain power. Now, there's a very interesting corridor that we are at right now. You know, they're saying that the king is naked.
Yeah.
The king is naked right now. But in that same saying, you remember, when you come after the king, you best kill him dead. And the DCI, I'm using that figuratively, and then msikuja kunitafuta. Hiyo ni msemo ya kizungu. When you come after the king, you best kill him dead. Not just kill him dead. Because once somebody has tasted power, kumtoa kwa hiyo kiti ni shida. Unajua kuna hizi things zinasema after this whole movement dies down, he's going to revenge, right? But it's not him. It is the position that has to revenge. Remember, when you come after the king, you best kill him dead. And then Ronald Reagan said one thing, na ndio shida yetu wa Kenya kubwa, and I wish we can underline capital ili ngine tangu Bolt.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan alituambia the 9 most dangerous words in the English language are I am from the government and I'm here to help. Umesikia the 9 most dangerous? Yetu wa Kenya bado tuko serikali isaidie. Nimemalizia hapo, nimeka full stop. Endelea Korir. Thank you.
I think that's the captivity that we think that actually here to help. Anyway, thank you so much for that contribution. I want to have a few other people.
Korir, give me the chance, please.
Yeah, who's that?
Podcast.
Okay, you go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Abdi Dahir. First of all, I would like to actually send my condolences to the fallen heroes, those who passed away and their families. I would like to contribute on issues of security aspect, because I'm a security analyst. On the other hand, I'm also a developer. So I would like to give 2 perspectives on those areas. First of all, I would like to say kudos to Gen Zs who demonstrated on our streets. Unlike other people who were doing things like arson and so forth, they were very peaceful, and they actually, we had what they want, and we support that. I think I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but we are in this together, all of us. Now, I think going forward, we need to have a structured way of getting our demands from government. And as many of you are people who are in this have said, we need to have leaders. Meaning, today we have issues which we are raising, but if we don't structure them, and if we don't have people who will represent us with these issues that we need to have discussion with the government, then what happens? For how long are we going to have this demonstration? For how long are we going to move forward? And what will we get out of that? So please, I think as I can see, and I've been following this thing from the beginning, you people, I think, already have leaders. People like Kimunzi, I can see, Korir, the People's Watchman, Hanifa, Kanairo. These guys were pushing this thing, and they are not politicians, they are Gen Zs, they are just guys who want to help their people and this country to move forward. And I think if we have such kind of individuals as leaders, we add eminent people like the Honorable Willie Mutunga. Look at that man's life and what he has been doing for this country, how he has been agitating since time immemorial, being arrested, actually running away from the country, and so forth. We need those kind of people to be with these leaders that maybe I am mentioning, and we have a structured way of solving this menace and problem. The second thing, we cannot, all of us, be talking directly to State House or so forth only. This thing is way down all the way to the villages, na popote Kenya yote. There are some cultures that we need to stop. Number one, when someone dies in this republic today, politicians are invited. People are grieving. Although mostly I'm from Marsabit district, we don't have those kind of behaviors, and mostly in northern Kenya. Like, kama ni matanga, watu wanakuja matanga, wanaombeleza, na watu wanaenda nyumbani. Hatuwezi kubali politician akuje, mtu, yani your own father or mother has passed away. You are grieving. You want to bury them. And you have a politician coming, attacking other people or other politicians. I don't know, ODM is this and that, UDA is this and that. We need to stop this bullshit. It can't continue like this. Please, kama mtu wako amekufa and a politician comes, yeah, let him say what they know about that person, waombeleze na waende nyumbani. Lakini musikubali politician apate hiyo platform ya kutusi politician mwingine ama kuambia uongo tena. We need to stop that. The second thing, I'm a Muslim, yes. There's this mystical aspect of religion that we need to understand as Kenyans. In the early 90s, we had issue in the Islamic religion itself. There were issues of people hawaombi wao wenyewe Mwenyezi Mungu. Wanafanya nini? Walikuwa mtu ni lazima amwendee sheikh ama mtu mwingine aambie amuombee. But when you look at the Christian scripture, whether it's the New or the Old Testament, you look at the Quran, God never said you need to pray to me through a human being or someone else. No. Mungu ni Mungu wako. We piga magoti ndani ya sitting room yako uombe. This shenanigan of people going to churches, giving out money, at times I even feel like crying. A pastor abusing his congregants, they are sitting in front of him and he is telling them, nyinyi wajinga munaniletea mashilingi hiyo staki, mimi nataka sijui elfu ngapi. I want people who can give me 200,000. I pray for them. let's not lie to each other. It's 2024. Our main problem emanates from these churches and some of these also mosques. We have a lot of problems. There's corruption everywhere. Even in the mosque, we have corruptions. We have people who are actually calling themselves mosque committee, taking 200, 300,000 a month, while the imam himself is earning less than 30,000 shilling or 20,000 shilling. This rot is everywhere. The church must come out with a strong voice and they must desist from this and they should stop inviting politicians to the pulpits. Please, just stop. How on earth, even our Catholic Church, such a very old institution, why do we have a politician coming, abusing other politicians, lying to people, washing their dirty linen up there? Why? Watu walikuja kuomba Mwenyezi Mungu. Wacha watu waombe Mwenyezi Mungu na politician wafanye uchafu yao huko nje. Thirdly, or just on that, I was looking at Kisumu somewhere where actually, what was this lawyer's name? The senator of Kisumu. You know, the guy, his mom passed away. Alikuwa anaombeleza. From nowhere, I don't know, they invited Sifuna. And what that guy did there, and the way he talked, mind you, it's mind-boggling. People have to have discipline. When someone is grieving and someone's mother have died, basically the man can see the corpse of his mom in front of him, and you are here castigating him. You know, like kuchochea watu, sujui matusi, manini. What kind of a country are we building here? Let me leave that there. The third aspect now. Wacha niwavalishe lens ya security now. Was it on Tuesday? That demonstration was very, very dangerous. And from where I sit, when I was looking at the events unfolding, and when I wear that aspects of security, which is my specialization, you will find that actually we almost tipped this country. Because I was trying to create a scenario. And please, when I'm talking about this thing, I'm not just saying it for the sake of it. I'm saying this from knowing this thing, having done research, reading a lot of rich literature, having looked at many countries in the world. Kenya is the most beautiful country in the world. Like, this is the most beautiful place in the world, I can tell you this. I travel a lot. This is the best country in the world. We cannot tip it. What do I mean by that? I don't mean people should stop demonstrating. We have the right to demonstrate. All we are asking is the police to stop the violence. But again, we have to be very, very careful. Because let me give you a scenario. Tuesday, Parliament was overrun. Yeah? Let's just create another scenario. People said, let's go to State House. And people occupy, enter there. You don't have a president. The government have been overthrown. Anarchy reigns. And then now, let me give you the bits down here. You know what that entails? It means in 48 hours or 24 hours, people are vandalizing electricity. And I'm not saying it is the Gen Zs. Among us, we have arsonists, we have robbers, we have people with other agendas, we have politicians who wants to actually score a point and settle issues with each other. We have hooligans. We have all kind of people. It means in 48 hours, if we people were to overrun that state house, and let's say a revolution, a coup happens, no leader, nothing is structured, and the worst comes to worst, yeah? It means in 48 hours, there's no electricity in the whole of Kenya. In 48 hours, we don't have water. In 48 hours, there's no policeman or even a military personnel. Everyone goes to his home. Now, what it starts is actually the looting, the robbing, the killing, the raping, and everything is, just like that. Now we have people we can talk to. But when such things happen, look at Somalia in 1991. People overran the state house. What was next? Up to today, they have never recovered. Look at South Sudan. Actually, when the sort of coup was happening, I was there. Look what happened. Up to today, those people, they can't recover from that. Look at Sudan today. It just started with people like us on the street demanding things from al-Bashir. It led to a coup. It led to another thing. Currently, as we speak, the city of Khartoum doesn't have electricity, no water, no jobs, no nothing. People are being killed in their bedrooms. Girls are being raped on the streets. Please, we have, and God has blessed us with the most beautiful country in the whole world. Let us protect our motherland. Kenya ni yetu, sisi sote ni yetu, na lazima tuilinde, na yetu yote. Coming back, everyone comes from a certain constituency or a county. I am in the development space. I'm a real estate developer. In fact, I'm the Secretary General of Nairobi Property Developers. Let me just give you a breakdown, a data which I have collected, a research which I did. In Isli, that is one state. In Isli, the Nairobi Water and Sewerage collects 65 million Kenya shilling every single month. That is 700 and something million a year, right? What they are doing there currently is there is no water supply in Isli as we speak. For the past 1 week, there was no one drop of water. You know what they have done? Look at the company's name. It's called Nairobi Water and Sewerage. What does that entail? They want to charge us water on one side and then sewer on the other side. What are they doing? They come with a meter, they plug there, and they tell you, we are not giving you water, yes, but you have used our sewer line. Just imagine, no a drop of water. And it's being controlled by only one lady. The only time she will release water, she needs to have around 250,000 or 300,000. Lazima aongwe. Imagine, just imagine. Actually, in this space, if we have a very good lawyer, and I think this is the trajectory that we need to take. This is the route we need to take. We have a very huge problem in this country which needs to be solved. You know? We are going to the court, actually. What we want to do is actually, we want to stop paying completely for that sewer. If you want us to charge us, give us water so that we pay you. Otherwise, we are not giving you. And this we have done before. In Isli, we have something called EDBA, Isli Business Association. During Kidero's time, what we did was actually, because of the dirt that were not being collected, garbage in Isli, roads were pathetic. Nothing was being done. What we decided was, as business people, we are not paying permits. And we went to court. And guess what? We won. The city council of Nairobi could not come to Isli and collect a penny from any shop for permits. Because as I speak today, in Isli, we have 45,000 shops. and 8 shops a year pays 12,000 Kenya shilling. We have sewer overflowing everywhere. We have a two-way road which is being covered, like half of it has been, like you have, like chafu imejaa kiasi, a two-way road inakuwa sasa 1 lane only. There's no more 2 lanes. So these kind of issues are the things which we need to start from the grassroots and start stopping them. As a developer, my members always tell me, and it's true, it even happens to me. If you go to the City Council of Nairobi, and today you want to put up a building, and I want, government people are here, and they are listening. People from the county, they know themselves, they are listening. Imagine, tunalipa hongo ya between 2 million to 3 million Kenya shilling just to get an approval. Imagine, and it's by force. If you don't give them that money, first of all, your approval, you will wait for it for like 1.5 years. Secondly, they will give you like 2 floors. Instead of maybe 15 or 18 or 20 floors, they will tell you now that you don't want to pay, you can build, this is the approval, but we will just give you 3 floors. All right. Now, where were we supposed to write? Like, we have data of these people who are collecting money. We have M-Pesas, our members have M-Pesas, and everything, we have the evidence. Now, the tricky aspect is this. Where are we supposed to run to? That is the Anti-Corruption Commission, right? You know, maze, ni kama tumedinywa hapo. If you go to those people and share with them these things, you know what happens? They go to them, maybe they were lying to them, they are collecting from us 500, 600,000. Instead now, yeah, I'll wrap up. Let me just finish. Instead of now these people apprehending these people just like the way they do to traffic police officers, what happens is actually they even go to them, liaise with them and tell them, sasa ni aje, si mnakula hapa 3M kwa kila project. It is this number of projects. Mulikuwa mnatuwa hii. Now what we want is this. So what we have decided is actually, as an organization ourselves, going forward, any problem we have, whether it is with county or national government, if they cannot solve our problem, we are going to the courts. So all I'm asking for, please, is please, let us protect our country. Let us correct the mistakes we are having, but please, thank you very much.
Thank you. We just need to keep at the periphery of our minds, Kamba. It's not that we want Kenya to disintegrate or we do not value Kenya. It's exactly the opposite. The reason why we're doing all this is because we love Kenya too much to see people take it for a ride. We have the capacity to build more than where we stand at the moment, and that's what we call is accountability. Sorry, yeah, Mambata? Or... All right. Boni Gashoka, are you there? All right, Boni's not here. I saw Mambatasta.
Hello, is there anyone around?
Sorry?
Hello.
Hello.
Nimecheki mic iko on, sikujua kama niko live.
Nani Boni?
Hapana. Wageni, lakini jina ni Robin.
Okay, go on.
Kuna vitu narudiwa na nitarudia tena. Shida yetu kubwa Kenya ikikuwa defined, boil down to its root cause, ni kitu inaitwa elite capture. The elites, ukishaingia kama sasa umecheki Kadiem kameingia parliament within 2 days, kasha kuwa indoctrinated into the elite mindset, nyi msharushwa huko. Hiyo elite capture ndio inatusumbua. And these elites have their roots going back all the way mpaka hata Buckingham Palace. As in, hata ungecheki time ya elections, wase wote, sio Raila, sio Ruto, sio wote walitroop to Buckingham Palace. Waende wakwe blessed, waende wapewe sijui nini walipewa ndo warudi nao kutuumiza nayo. Which means the colonial mindset, ile mindset ya wale walikuwa wanaitwa home guards, it's the same mindset we have with all these people who have gone into politics and have been indoctrinated into that mindset. Na ukiangalia vizuri, by the way, 90% of these people are the scions of the chiefs that walikuwa ndo kama ma-DO ama ma-chief in charge of those home guards. So they were the head home guards. Na ndio hawa wamekuja, and now they are abusing the police and military to run their home guard. I was going to say home guard guidedness, lakini sijui kama iko kwa kizungu hiyo, but ndio hiyo. So until now that we have identified this problem and considering the tools that are in our disposal, hii issue ya kusema ati tukue na leaders will drop us right into hiyo cabal ya elite mindedness, and then we become co-opted and the rest of the Kenyans suffer. Instead, wacha tutumie technology. Technology cannot be iwezi hongwa, iwezi change your mind. Unajua, like, and uzuri, all the technologies that we need are there available right now. You want an immutable database, a database that cannot be changed towards the future, kuna blockchain. Programmers kibao wezi maliza. You are fearing for your life. We can create so many tools online that enable people to post data, because at the end of the day, kitu inashindaga our elites, kitu they can't fight with is the truth. If we have ways and means of disseminating it, getting the truth to everyone in a way that they cannot, hawana njia. Unajua, like right now, I'm sure they have really, hata juzi walijaribu kuzima internet. Nikaangalia nikacheka tu. Unajua, because they thought it is an option, but apparently it isn't. Because hata wao, they need it in order to communicate with their masters. So we'll ride along with them, but make sure they are fully exposed. Because as I was taught by my Seventh-day Adventist mother, is shame the devil and he will flee. So if we can create the tools to shame the devil that is this neo-colonial home guard, the devil that is this politician that believes that the rest of us are stupid, the rest of us are supposed to be slaves, tuuzwe, wanatufanya kama sijui hata nini, kama takataka fulani itumike, we be taxed, tax die, wengine watakuja pia walikuwa tax die hivyo. We exposed, for example, kama sahi juzi His Excellency the President ameongea kuhusu ati we have even given 10 licenses to watu wa kutengeneza sijui industries. Watu gani? Kwani hawa Kenya wote ambao wameenda nje, wako diaspora, wameshindwa kukuja? Like right now, if we had let's say a steel manufacturing plant to be put up in, let's say, Isiolo or wherever, and then we had a structure that allows Kenyans to buy into this anyone who has a memory anakumbuka KenGen. Ilikuwa ni KenGen wakati ilikuwa floated. Ilibaiwa pap. Ikaisha. Sisi wale, sisi vijana tu, sisi hapa. Wameleta kuna factory nafaa. Imagine the joy of working in an entity that you also own. For me, that is what will be my dream of being Kenyan, where we also own our means of production. Sio ile ya kwamba sasa ati tutegemee loan ya mzungu ambao ukifikiria vizuri it's just a form of reverse slavery. But now the slaver is in an office, air-conditioned office somewhere in New York, city of London, or wherever, controlling you via a loan. Then we have politicians who can't think about it that way. Wanataka tena watuongeze loan zingine, and because they are lazy, instead of thinking of ways of raising capital from us in a way that will build us, wanataka watuongeze taxes because they know taxes. Hakuna njia sisi tunaweza kuwa force wa kuwa accountable. You know, taxes are the lazy way because they know with taxes accountability is minimal. How do you follow? Hii tax ilitumika aje? But if your money is put into an entity, na hii entity ikakuwa competitively run, it's very easy to know hii entity iliuza chuma ama iliuza mikate ama iliuza whatever it is, na mkafollow na ikalipa taxes na ikafanya nini, unajua. So anyway, I don't know, maybe naongea mambo it makes sense, but ni ile uchungu tu tuko nao na hii nchi yetu. Unaamkaga asubuhi unaangalia vile watu wanafanya, unachoka. The mentality that is encapsulated in our politicians led by Ruto must go, must leave our country. Nashukuru sana.
Thank you. Gideon Koech. Gideon Koech, ko? If Gideon's not ready, we'll have Nabat Walucho. All right, Nabat's not there. Davey. Davey, can you hear us?
Hello. Hey.
Yeah, go for
it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I've waited for a long time, but thank you for the space. I'm a possessed criminal, as we've been called, and I'd like to share a few of my views. So I'll try to keep my remarks within 5 minutes, and I kindly request the host to consider setting a time limit for speakers to allow more voices to be heard.
And we are almost signing out. I wanted to tell people, because you have been on for 15 hours, kindly. Or I'll leave Elvis to co-host. Maybe that will help.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kimunzi. You've really been... I went to sleep, woke up, you're still here since Jana. Pole sana for that. We are peaceful protesters, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, and it's a right to gather and speak out. We're here to forge a future for all of us, including those not here yet. Unfortunately, the Kenya Kwanza government has compromised our peaceful process by sending goons to disrupt our peaceful gatherings. They're using every tactic to divide and rule us. The president's second speech achieved part of this divisive goal, and the purported Gen Z leaders are furthering this division. But we must remember our goal and maintain our focus. Let us not allow old colonial era tricks to undermine our unity. I have seen the 7 Days of Justice initiative. There's a post going around. There was also another one that came about. I think it was that should have been the one of the ways to divide us. A different one. 7 Days still came out almost after this other post, the first one, and it was talking something about IMBF. I don't know what. It was a bit confusing, but I'm seeing it died out. People knew that that's a fake one. I believe the initiative is a good one. It will be effective. Particularly, sitting during protest will distinguish us from those who want to loot and cause problems. The approach was successful in 1986, and there are many other historical examples you can draw from. Let me share a story from the People's Power Revolution in 1986 in the Philippines. During the revolution, millions of Filipinos gathered on Epifanio Avenue, I think it's called that, sitting peacefully in protest against the dictatorship of Marcos. Their act of sitting, holding flowers and rosaries and singing together distinguished them from those who wanted to incite violence. This peaceful approach won the international support and ultimately led to the fall of Marcos' regime. This is a powerful example of how nonviolent resistance can bring about significant change. Going forward, we must acknowledge that we have no central leaders. I think that has been set clear. Let us research on the blockchain method. I think there's a speaker yesterday called Arnold who gave us who talked about it in length, and I think also has a space today at 5 to talk more about it. The blockchain method, or to decentralize our movement, a collective blueprint with input from all, will help us move forward together. We can look at how decentralized organizations work, like autonomous, operate in that way. Use blockchain technology. I don't know so much about it, but I've read about it, to make decisions collectively without a central authority who can be compromised. Each member has a voice, and decisions are made through transparent and secure voting mechanisms. This model could empower our movement by ensuring everyone's input is valued and preventing any single entity from dominating. We need a Kenya that is for all of us, not just a privileged few. Thank you so much for the minutes. Good day.
Kimuzi, you've just got Gasoka, who's been up. I think I gave him the mic, but I didn't add him as a speaker. Bonnie, are you there? Anyway, okay. As Kimuzi, alikuwa amesema kwamba we might be signing out soon. I think all of us need to collectively come to a central agreement. We have already a roster that's come out for this coming week. We need to stay focused. Let us not lose the plot. Let us not lose the focus, kwa sababu this thing is bigger than us as individuals. We really want to pass the message strongly, and fellow criminals, as the president has referred to us as criminals, just know that at the moment our leader is Jacob Juma. Kama kuna mtu akona maswali aenda amuulize, but at the moment we do not have any central body or group of people trying to lead us. Those who came out the other day, ama ni jana niliona kuna swali tokea, when they all work for the politicians who are currently in office. Mwingine ni Sekjen wa the folded up ANC, mwingine sijui ni nani wa Ruto, sijui youth affairs or UDA or something. Those are not our leaders. So I think that message is very clear. We do not need to repeat it again. That was my last address. Thank you so much for having me on, Kimuzi. Keep going on with your consistency. And yeah, we're in support. Hey there, Kimuzi.
Yeah, I'm here. Shanky has spoken?
Bado haven't spoken.
Unaweza
So,
ongea?
oh, pole. So,
Shanky,
thank
just
you
a little
kwanza
bit.
for giving.
Shanky then Mumbi because hakuna lady ameongea. So Shanky then Mumbi.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So, first nilikuwa nataka kusema nilikuwa natafuta someone mwenye anaweza tusaidia kupata the list of everyone who died during the protest. Na feel our shujaas na we haven't focused so much on them. Tunafaa tukuwe na list ya kila mtu. Nilikuwa naongea na Hanifa na aliniambia ati from data yenye alikuwa ametoa KNH ilikuwa around 29 people died. But sa hatuna hizo majina na aliniambia ati saizi yako overwhelmed and the only person who can help her get hizi majina ni Amedik. So sijui vile tutafanya ndio tupate hizi majina. Juu na feel hizi majina ni important kwa kosi yetu na tunafaa hata document na hiyo on Tuesday was 25th. Hiyo 25th hata tukoge tukicommemorate like yearly.
Shanky, I had decided nitatafuta hizo majina zote. I had asked Khalifa wenye wameumia na wenye walipass away, my condolences. Then we might print their pictures on banners and during the peaceful protest tunaweza match naye because kuna mtu alikuwa ameamulia atafund to print some banners, then we shall know. By now we know almost 18 which is very known. But there are many, so by Monday maybe tutakuwa na majina zote. We would have compiled an Excel list.
Nice. Also, sisi kama watu wenye tuko kwa space na people who value this course, we should find some time tunatembelea watu wenye wako KNH na Nairobi West, like treat kama one of us wenye walijitolea kukuwa injured ndio tupate win yenye tulipata. Something else nilikuwa naona hiyo video ya how people invaded parliament and nikarealize like our to like wako si ati like sisi tukiongea on the timeline siku fulani on I think Wednesday tulikuwa like na feel kama some of us tulikuwa tunaongea on a point of privilege ama fear. But
Niliona pia sijaiona courage hiyo. I'm still looking at those videos actually.
Imagine sasa hawa watu ukifikiria vile si tulikuwa tunaongea on Wednesday, unaweza ona ni kama si tulikuwa tunaongea from a point of fear ama tunasema people will be hurt. But hiyo video inaonyesha hawa watu si ati wako wanajua watakuwa hurt. Walikuwa wanaona watu wamekufa already. Watu wamekufa already, people have been shot dead. Kuna watu wenye wako mbele, like hawa watu walikuwa wameamua afadhali si tudedi but tupate freedom. Na ule jamaa kuna umse mwenye watu walikuwa wanasema amekufa. He was part of the 3 guys who were shot. Yeye alishutiwa kwa chest. Umse alimake tena another video akasema mi bado ndatokea, wezi chukua shamba yangu. Unaona like your sign hawa si wako ready to die. Si ati wajui the risks. Watu wanajua the risks, wanajua if we go there we can die, but wamejitolea afadhali tukufe. Afadhali tukufe but Ruto must go, finance bill lazima ianguke. So saizi na feel vile tuko tu hivi hatuna a central leader, like a central form of leadership ina work to for us. Kila mtu anajua nini imempeleka, kila mtu anajua nini anataka, na na feel kama tungekuwa na central point of leadership hatungekuwa tumeachieve as much. Saizi as someone said yesterday,
Yeah, Shanky, thank you. So, nataka ku wrap up because nataka Mumbi aongee.
Hata nimalize tu.
Then I wrap up.
Okay. So na feel tungekuwa na central point of leadership, hatungekuwa tumeachieve this much. Saizi kenye tunafaa tuongeleleni kila wiki tukihave a space, tuna come up with a list of things we will be doing. Na saizi our main focus should be kulima hao ma MPs juu power ya Ruto ni kwa hao ma MPs juu ndo wanamsaidia kupass laws, hizi mabills, kuamend mavitu. So ndo tunafaa tuwalime, like tunafaa wajue they are living in fear for not listening to the people. Na tukifanya hivyo mambo tu itakuwa smart. So hao ma MPs hizi ndo tunafaa tuwashike na IBC, story ya IBC, kuforce Ruto for IBC na ma MPs. Na watu wamejam Kenya mzima, hata huku home Nax, watu wamejam, wanataka kwenda mpaka kwa ma MP. Kila mahali watu wamejam na ma MPs. So tusilegeze. Sawa. Thank you.
Okay, Mumbi, then Mumbi, talk, then Shiko, then Elvis. We close with Elvis, kindly. Please. Mumbi?
Hi, can I talk?
Yeah, you can talk.
Mine is to say thank you for the space and also my deepest condolences to those people who have died and to their families. For me, I think we are doing the best thing for not having a central leadership because these people cannot compromise one of us or those leaders. So the best thing is we continue with this technology use space. If he wants to talk to us, he can come through the space. We hear what he has to say. We give him our sentiments. And also from the motion today, what next is the fact that we need to keep this member of parliament to toes. Every bill we check, we need civic education. We need to teach even our parents who are very gullible, you know. We even teach each other. If it's translating things into vernacular, it is good. Because, for instance, there's this thing, and I don't know why people are quiet about it. Ruto signed something with Bill Gates about this digital birth identification, where he will put, you know, young children who have been born, the young people, easy my chip, so that, you know, this is something that is coming from Bill Gates. These fertilizers, this guy has an agenda and he has sold us to those people. So we need to keep them on to toes. Anything or any move they do, we are there to go after them. We are, you know, we need to be activist. Mtu akwe activist kivyake. You make sure you read the law, you read these bills, you know everything, so that you can keep them to toes. We also need to, you know, even at work, we are done appraisals. We need to do them appraisals. Tunatengeneza, if you have technology, you send them, umefanya tangu ingie, what have you done? Then we do a business scorecard upon them. Ndo tujue wenye kama wafanyi kazi, they ship out or they go. You know, that's what I wanted to say. We need to have the civic education. We need to continue like being vigilant. We need to continue putting them to their toes. Like hata gari zenye wana drive, unauliza mtu hizi pesa umetoa wapi? Umenunua gari ya 80 million, umetoa wapi? And you've just been a member of parliament for 1.5 years. We need to put them to their toes and always tukue kwa hiyo parliament website. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Elvis, then Shiko ufungie. Ama Elvis umeongea? Elvis?
Bado sijaongea, ndo nataka
ongea, then Shiko afungie.
Okay, thank you so much. My name, as you must have seen, I'm Elvis Asaya. Kitu nataka kusema, our theme today is Ruto must go, or rather, what next? Number one, what I think we should do next is to ensure, kwa sababu we must have had our friends, our learned friends saying that whatever Ruto said on is it Tuesday, on Wednesday, or that he has now rejected the bill. Our learned friends are saying that whatever he said is not lawful, and that bill ni kama bado iko. So what we need to do, number one, I think, is to ensure that whatever is said is lawful and that this bill is not in existence. Number two, the thing that I also think we need to lay focus on is that thing of leadership structure. We do not need to have a centralized kind of leadership. The way we are operating right now is what is giving us power. The facelessness of this organization is what is where we draw our power from. So number three, when we shall have come up with all the grievances, we should be asking ourselves, how are we going to air these grievances to the parliament and to the president? I'm thinking the best way to air these grievances is by staging a 1 million march, either to the parliament or to the state house, to ensure that our grievances have been heard. Now, this we have been working. Gen Zs and millennials have been working. We have been going to the streets. Our voices have been heard. Then you must have you must now ask yourself, how can 1 million people give the grievances to the president? I'm thinking the only way we can give these grievances is the leadership structure that we already have here in Twitter, the defunct leadership. I would call it the defunct leadership structure, where we have people like Kimuzi, people like Hanifa, people like Boniface Mwangi, people like them are the ones who should be airing out these grievances, but in the company of these 1 million people, so that we ensure our facelessness, our genuinity, our purity, and the good intentions that we have for our country are not compromised. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Shiko, kindly wind up.
Okay, thank you, Kimuzi. I know you need to rest. I think one is to congratulate all the Kenyans for the goodwill they've shown, for the love of their country they've shown. Hata tukiitwa terrorists, tukiitwa treasoners, criminals, whatever they call us, we've shown it's working. Congratulations again for literally having this government think that the military is the solution. I don't know, there's someone. Shanky, please mute na Kenyan lady. The echo is loud.
Not me.
Yeah. So it's amazing that we've made this government literally reset. I know they're confused. Making your MP sleep in a hotel is an achievement, by the way. These people cannot go back home because they're scared. And someone just said it's important to have them scared so that they can move and work and make our taxes work. I think that is a good thing, and I applaud all of you for doing this. That there's this conversation about leadership that is literally slowing us down. It needs to stop. We must stick to the goal and look at the goal. If the presidents want to know what Kenyans are saying, their writing is on the wall. Akikuja hapa Twitter, atapata hiyo feedback yote. Sometimes we need to understand that the way our politics work is very simple. I've heard someone talking about those good people we took into parliament and now they turned against us. No, they did not turn against us. I always say our politics is a manhole of sewage or sewer. If you pour one clean jar of water, the end result will not be clean water. We must have an overhaul of the whole system, and that is the agenda. We also must not be blinded to keep making noise and not focus on the accountability bit, because someone said the finance bill gave birth to the accountability and transparency we require from this government. We must push until we see the end of it. And why am I saying this? They are still passing other bills chini ya maji. We must stay aware that there are so many deals, there are so many conversations they're having. I'm told the National Government Administration Amendment Bill 2023 has passed. So we must have a conversation on how they're looking at bringing these EASs in and how legal this is. So it's time we also put in a petition in court. So all around, we have everything. And the lucky bit about this movement is that it's made up of people who belong to different professions. I'm seeing people make websites. I'm seeing people utilize AI. We are also seeing lawyers and medics part of this. We must all consolidate this effort to make sure from one end to the other, everything is complete. I want to stop there, Kimuzi, so that you go rest. But we are together, Amandla. We keep going and going and going, and we will not stop. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Kuna watu wamekaa hata hii 15 hours na mimi. It's been a very educative space. I recorded it. If someone wants to go through it, you can just click the link and you can listen to it. Have a nice day, guys. Thank you, everyone.